Test mic. Jackson District event at Columbia High School, sponsored by Consumers Energy. Jackson District event at Columbia High School, sponsored by Consumers Energy.
Good. Good morning. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check. Check, 1, 2. Good morning. If I could get any volunteer that's a field resetter down on the field, please. If you are volunteering as field resetter, please come down to the field at this time. Thank you.
Check 1 2. Test 1 2. Check. Testing the texting. Audio captions working. Check 1 2. Jackson at Columbia event presented by Consumers Energy. That was Jackson, not X.
Good morning, teams, and welcome to the First in Michigan Jackson at Columbia District event presented by the Consumers Energy Foundation. My name is Soren. I am one of your FTAs at the event. I am joined by my co-FTA, Alan, as well as a bunch of other wonderful field volunteers and event volunteers, including but not limited to our wonderful field supervisor, Michelle, FTAAs, Chris, Michael, and Emily, head referee, Alan, not to be confused with FTA Alan. We have our lead queuer, Jennifer, and a bunch of other wonderful volunteers you may or may not have already met, including our LRI and other event staff. My goal and the goals of all volunteers and staff at this event is to ensure all teams have the best experience possible. This event is about you, and we're here to help. As an FTA, I'm here to serve your volunteers and help make sure your robot is running the way it's supposed to, and the field is working properly. I'm also here to answer any questions or concerns you have. Come talk with me at any time during the event by waiting patiently in the question box. The purpose of this drivers meeting is to meet your key volunteers, important reminders to share, and head referee questions. Don't forget to get inspected anytime you make changes to your robot. If your team is inspected but can't make a match, you should send a representative to ensure you get ranking points. A team is allowed only to participate in a match and receive points or operate in the practice area if the robot has passed an initial complete inspection. Please be a good person. Please remember to model gracious professionalism. There are rules D201 and E102 within the game manual that remind all teams to be civil towards everyone and respectful while at an event and have examples. Safety is our number one priority always. Safety glasses are required at all times in the pits and while around the field. Please, no stepping over the guardrail. Wait for the green light on the field timer and team displays before entering the field. Once again, please wait for the green light on our wonderful team signs before entering the field. These green lights are not to be confused with the purple lights so these green lights that you see up here are not to be confused with the purple lights that you may also see after a match. The purple lights are for field reset and referee staff only to go out onto the field. When the lights are green, it is safe to enter the field and go pick up your robot. Only a ref or FTA can give you direction to enter the field when the lights are not green. Another important note, after the match, at the beginning of the match, when you guys show up to the field to put your robots on, the lights are green. At some point, after all 6 robots connect, the lights will turn not green. At that point, you guys are no longer allowed to enter the field, even if the gates are still open. Make sure you have hook tape or some other form of attaching your driver station to the desk behind the driver wall. Robots impacting the driver station wall may cause it to spring back. Please stand back from the shelf for safety. Use safety and caution and follow the guidance from the direction of field staff when removing robots from the cages, and be careful not to hit your head near the barge. The barge is very short. If you are taller than the barge, which the average American is, please watch your head and don't run into it. It hurts. Don't ask how I know. Every driver station has an E-stop, which is gray, and an A-stop, which is yellow. The E-stop stops the robot as it has in past years, completely disabling the robot for the entire remainder of the match, and is located on the left edge of the driver station. The A-stop disables your robot for only the autonomous period and is located on the right edge of the driver station by the outlet. Teams can press the A stop before the match starts or after the match starts during autonomous period. The amber stack light will flash, indicating that your team has activated the A stop. The A stop, as the name hints at, stops the autonomous mode in the autonomous mode only. This is different from the E stop, which stops your robot for the entire duration of the match. Now, something that I will outline that is new this year that was kind of slipped into that verbiage there is the A stop can now be pressed before the match starts. So you can A stop your robot before the match starts instead of hovering over the A stop button when we count 3, 2, 1, go. So if your team knows you will not need to be running in autonomous mode, you can press that A stop button before the match starts, and all is good. If you press that A stop button before the match and then decide that you do in fact want to run in autonomous mode, all you have to do is twist the A stop in the direction of the arrows on the top of the button or seek field staff to help you with that. If your amber light is flashing, which I believe I can demonstrate over here, if your amber light is flashing, that means you will not be running in autonomous mode. If you see this amber light up here, or you can see it on the screen, that means that your A stop is activated and you will not be running autonomous. Again, you can press the A stop before the match to disable your autonomous for that match. And if you decide you do in fact want to run autonomous, all you have to do is twist it slightly to the right. You'll see that the amber stack light has turned off. You are back to normal functionality. And again, you can press that before the match starts or during the autonomous period. Both of these buttons, the E-stop and the A-stop, require some force to actuate. But once latched, no further action is needed. Significant force, e.g. slamming the button down, causing the button to fail, is considered arena damage. So please be careful when you press that button. In the case of anyone needing medical attention, please find our EMS or locate any radio with a volunteer, as we can also locate the EMS for you. We want to make sure everyone can participate fully regardless of any accommodation challenges. If your team needs access to a ramp, please let us know. We have one in the venue. If you need a step stool, we have 2 step stools available for every match. If you cannot find the step stool, please let us know, and we can bring it over for you if it is not located by your human player station. If you need more than 2 step stools, it is expected that you guys bring your own. We strive to ensure that each interaction at all first events is a positive one. The goal of volunteers and staff at this event is to ensure teams have the best experience possible. This event is about you, and we are here to help. I feel like I've read that already. If for any reason your experience with a volunteer is negative, we want to hear about it immediately. Talk to an event volunteer, PDP, or a mentor you trust. If you feel like there's a concern of any kind that needs follow-up from First HQ, you can always report a concern via the First website. Queuing flow. So, we got an interesting queuing flow here at the event. You're going to come in through the pit, queue up over here. If you're on the Blue Alliance and you're in the next match, you're going to go all the way around and queue up over there. Then we will enter in through the scoring table side gates and exit through the non-scoring table side gates, through the far side gate. Please, when you come out to the field, turn your robot on as soon as possible. The faster you turn your robot on, the sooner we can get your match underway. If you wait 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes to turn your robot on, your robot takes a good minute 30 to 2 minutes to turn on and connect to the field. We do have a schedule to keep, so please help us maintain that schedule and turn your robot on as soon as possible. If you need the attention of the field staff, jump, shout, and get someone's attention. Please do not bang on the driver's station glass. Small-sized dolly carts are allowed on the field to ease moving the robots onto the field. Someone from your drive team must stay with your cart at all times. After all qualification matches, we'll move into alliance selections. And remember, there is a new process this year. It's important that all team representatives come with a pick list in case your team becomes an alliance captain. Now, I think you've heard about enough from me. I'm going to pass it off to our head ref, Alan, and he'll take it away from here.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. My name is Alan Bennett. I'm going to be the head referee. That was the first thing I was going to tell you. I have a total of 9 things to tell you this morning, so that was number 1. Number 2, immediately following this drivers meeting, we will have a short human player meeting on the field. So if you've got human players on your team, which you all should have, send them down to the field right after this drivers meeting. Number 3, be aware of the delay of game penalty. That's 301. You can receive a major foul or be disabled if you're not ready for a match in a timely fashion. Number 3. Number 4, once the match starts, technicians and media people must be in their designated area. Here's an area for red technician. There's a blue technician area down here, and media people are back from the field over here. Number 5, Preston is going to demonstrate some foul signals for us. So come on the field, Preston. He's demonstrating a minor foul right now, and now he's going to demonstrate a major foul. And now he's going to demonstrate counting a pin. Thank you, Preston. Number 6, some of the rule violations will lead to yellow or red cards. If that happens during the match, I'm going to stand over here and I'm going to raise a yellow or red card in the air. Then I'll come and tell you what you did wrong. Number 7, there's a rule update this week. New rule, a rule update. Now alliances are required to have a human player in the processor area. This is a good thing, helps you score more points and avoid penalties. Number 8, all questions about matches must be directed to me, the head ref, by one student in the question box. There's question boxes at each end of the scoring table. One person with a silent observer can come down. Number 9, human players, please come down to the field now for a short training session. That's it. Thank you all.
All right, folks, before we get opening ceremonies started, we want to get our teams for the first couple of matches queued up. If you're playing in qualification match number 1, you're going to load up onto the field, placing your robot underneath the barge. In match 1, we've got 92, 39, 36, 68, 302, 71, 97, and 51, 44, and 830. So I need those 6 teams to make their way to the field. And then we'll get our teams for matches 2 and 3 in the queue. That's going to be 84, 23, 106, 65, 88, 95, 97, 03, 75, 01, 29, 60 in match 2. And then in match number 3, we have 83, 74, 10, 25, 93, 12, 72, 21, 106, 29, and 75, 97. everybody doing this morning? I am so pleased to welcome you to the Jackson at Columbia District event here at Columbia Central High School. My name is Tristan DeVries, and I'm going to be your Master of Ceremonies for this weekend. We are so pleased to be competing in the 2025 First Robotics Competition season with this year's challenge, Reefscape, presented by Haas. We want to thank our gracious hosts, Columbia School District, for hosting this amazing event. There's a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes, so let's give it up for Columbia Central. We also want to thank our title sponsor. They are longtime supporters of First and are so excited to see what you're going to accomplish here today and in the future. Let's give it up for the Consumers Energy Foundation. Now, Reefscape is part of our ocean-themed season, First Dive, presented by Qualcomm. Qualcomm is proud to partner with First to inspire students to make waves with your innovations as you transform into confident leaders. A big thanks to Qualcomm for their nearly 20 years of support and for investing in your futures. Let's give it up for Qualcomm. We're excited to once again partner with our Reefscape season presenting sponsor, the Gene Haas Foundation. As a leading CNC manufacturer, Haas knows the skills you develop this season are what create success. Whether it's helping you prepare for today's game action, an F1 race, or exploring the depths of the ocean, Haas is proud to support First Robotics competition teams around the world. Let's hear it for all of our sponsors. We couldn't do it without them. Now, this competition in particular is only possible with the support of our local sponsors. I'd like to welcome our first speaker, representing Consumers Energy. Give it up for Aaron Ryda, Chief Digital Officer.
Thank you, Tristan. And good morning, First Robotics. Is everyone ready for our competition today? So my name's Aaron Ryda, and I have the privilege of leading all of the software and data engineering work we do at Consumers Energy. You know, we're so focused on making sure that we build clean, reliable, and affordable utility services for our customers, and technology plays a great role in that. And I'll just say, Consumers Energy is so proud to be part of your first experience this morning. When I think about technology and the work we do to deliver electricity and gas, it's in everything we do. We use technology to monitor our electrical systems, to monitor our gas systems, keep us safe, keep our workers safe, and make sure it's reliable. You know, it was interesting. When I got here this morning, I had the chance to walk through the pits and spend some time talking to the different teams, and it reminded me, I was a mentor on a first team a number of years ago, and I remember all the stress. I remember all the trial and error. Would things work? Would our software work? Would things break? And it was just so exciting to hear the energy and the teamwork and the creativity that every team was bringing to the competition today, because it's stressful, but it's also so rewarding. When I think about the teamwork I saw this morning, when I saw about the creativity, I heard about sister teams, I heard about partnerships, just that teamwork, that accountability was wonderful. And it's those type of skills that are going to build future leaders in the future and bring technology to the forefront for the Michigan. At Consumers, you can count on us to use technology to deliver services. We've got great technology, and hey, Caleb, why don't you bring out Spot? Talk about technology and robotics. We use Spot to help keep our substations safe, make sure our coworkers are safe, and make sure we keep the power running. It's technology like this and how we think about software, how we think about data, that's going to continue to drive you for the future. And I'll say the skills you're all learning today are exactly the skills we need in the future at Consumers Energy. So again, you can count on us to make an impact in your community, and we want to count on you to do a great competition today. All right, so we're ready for some competition. So to every team, good luck today. You put a lot of effort, you put a lot of time, creativity into bringing here today. As you do that, think about the team spirit, support each other, make sure you're showing up with positivity. But let's get on to some competition and make sure you're prepared to power the future. Speaking of power the future, I think we've got some t-shirts we want to hand out. So where are those t-shirts? Look, raise your hand. We got some t-shirts in the audience. All right, Megan, Ashley, throw those out there. And good luck, all teams. Thank you very much. All right, Tristan, back to you.
All right. Thank you so much to Consumers Energy for your continued support of First in Michigan. I'd like to now introduce State Representative. I'd like to introduce State Representative Kathy Schmaltz.
Hi. How are you today? It's such an honor to be here. I try to get to all the robotics competitions locally and throughout the state. It's amazing to me how creative you are and brilliant you are. And they didn't have this when I was younger. I don't know if I would make it. But you just do wonderful things. I love especially watching you work in teams, and then your finished product is just amazing to me. So keep up the good work. Congratulations to Consumers Energy, Columbia Central, all the sponsors that made this possible. Good luck to everyone, and most of all, have a great time today.
All right, thank you so much. Now, events like this are almost entirely run by volunteers. So I have a couple key groups that I really want you to show some love for. Starting with our volunteers here in the blue shirts, please welcome our judges, led by Judge Advisor Stephen Heyer. Now they're leading by example. This is the kind of energy they want to see all weekend. They want to hear your stories, your successes, and your challenges. So I'm sure that you'll impress them. Next, let's recognize an important group of volunteers that are going to be field side. They ensure fair play. Their rulings are final, and there will be no video reviews. So let's welcome our referees, led by head referee Alan Bennett. Along with a fair competition, safety is a priority here at First. We want you to have fun and be safe at the same time. Helping us achieve that, please give a warm welcome to our safety manager, Santhi Mova. As a mentor myself, it's really important that you have a safety plan and you've communicated that to your team. So in case something were to go wrong, make sure everybody knows where you're going to meet, what you're going to do, who they need to talk to, so we can make sure that everybody leaves this event safely. That'd be excellent. Everyone here deserves to have a safe, nurturing, and fun experience. So if something or someone is making you feel uncomfortable, or you see something that might be a hazard to others, please find a trusted adult and ask for help. You can find one of our many volunteers in the blue Reefscape shirts. We also want to hear if somebody's done something amazing or you see something that's really cool. So if someone has exhibited gracious professionalism, make sure that somebody knows about it. We want to celebrate those teams for all they do. At this time, I'd like to give a huge round of applause to our event coordinators, Chris Holbert and Jennifer Rogers, and our volunteer coordinator, Carolyn Hertel. All right, they don't want to talk. That's okay. Now, a huge thank you to another group of volunteers, though we don't usually know them by that name. Let's give it up for all the mentors. You are the ones setting the culture here at First, and you're part of the far-reaching support system that we've built for students around the world who are realizing their dreams. If you're a teacher, don't forget that the hours you spend with a team outside of competitions can be logged with the Michigan Department of Education, and you can receive continuing education credit. On a related note, we want to make sure that everyone in your school district has a chance to participate in First, with FRC at the high school level, FTC at the middle school level, and FLL all the way from preschool through late elementary. We hope to have grants for teams at all levels, so start thinking about how to sustain your FRC team by encouraging the younger students in your district to participate. A couple housekeeping notes. We've gone paperless this season with our event programs. There's signage around the venue with QR codes and a short link to access the information for today's event. If you have any questions about this event or any other happening around the state, firstinmichigan.org is a great place to check out. Now, who's excited for some robot action today? Before we can power up our robots, please stand for the playing of our national anthem. All right, I hope you're ready to play Reefscape. We're going to welcome our teams onto the field to power up their robots and get this competition started. There's one other voice you'll be hearing this weekend, so please welcome our game announcer, Peter Helmetag. All right, Jackson at Columbia. We're getting ready for qualification match number 1. Let's go ahead and meet our teams. Starting with 71-97.
The Mountie Megabots from Northwest High School, sponsored by Curry Inspections and the Department of Defense.
Joining them, we have 51-44.
The LISD Technicians, sponsored by Leewini Intermediate School District and Plain Wave Instruments.
And it's 8:30.
The Rat Pack from Early College Alliance and Huron High School, sponsored by Bosch and the Michigan Department of Education.
On the Blue Alliance, we got 92-39.
Panther Robotics out of Parchment High School.
And 36-68.
The Trobots from Whitmore Lake High School, sponsored by DoD STEM and RHE Tech.
And we're going to round out match number 1 with 302.
The Dragons from Lake Orion High School, sponsored by General Motors and Aptiv.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Kidding, just kidding. False alarm. Soren likes to keep me on my toes. We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're off for our first match of the day. We're seeing this is our autonomous period here. 302 is making the first move with a 2-game piece in level 4 in autonomous. Can they get a third? And they do. All right, and on the red side of the field, what is next? And we're in the teleoperated period. Now the drivers are in control of their robots. We're seeing action right here. 803's picked up one from their human player station, and they're lining up, battling with their teammates to find where on the reef do they want to score. We're seeing up one more by 51-44, putting up a third coral on that level 4. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance has almost doubled that with 6 on the top level of the reef. We're going to see how many points these robots can get on the board. 302 with a little bit of shakiness, but it looks like that coral's still going to go on there as their partners, 3668, remove another algae. And over here, we have 7197 posing, trying to find, are they going to get that algae off of the reef? It looks like they're lining up, and they're taking it with them. They're probably headed off to the processor next. What are we going to see here from their alliance partners? 5144 at the human player station, looking for a short cycle there onto the reef. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance has lobbed an algae straight up into the barge. Human player action, that's looking like some accuracy right there. All right, 302, seeing the top rung is a little full. They're going for the lower levels of the reef now. What are we going to see here? They're working with their partners. One's tackling level 3, one's tackling level 2 on the red side of the field with this 1 minute left in the match now. We're about halfway through. 7197 is here, going into the trough, it looks like. They're going to get all 4 levels of the reef. What are we going to see here? Got to keep track of those ranking points. We're looking at 7 coral or so on the top level. We got them distributed throughout the reef here. They're tackling the bottom level. That's the trough. Okay. What are we seeing next? 5144 trying to find where do they want to deposit this coral. And on the blue side of the field, we're seeing 302 with 1 more coral. Looks like they're going to top off that 3rd level of the reef. Then 4 corals on that level. Okay. 51-44 gets an excellent pickup right there from their human player. Effortless. That right there is the depth charge, signaling there's 20 seconds left in the match. 36-68 is first to attempt to climb, and it looks like they're going to be off the ground. Is 8:30 going to join them? Let's see. We have 6 seconds left in this match. Oh boy. What are we going to see here? And that's that. All right, drivers, come recollect your robots. And we're going to check our scores for the match. And that's going to be a victory for the Blue Alliance. Score of 127-109. The first match, always the high score for the event. That's going to be 5 ranking points for the Blue Alliance.
We're going to keep things moving right along. Starting on our Red Alliance, we have 8895.
Red Wolves Robotics out of Clinton High School.
And our host team, 7501.
The Golden Gears, our host team out of Columbia Central High School, sponsored by Ford and Mid-America Machining.
And let's make some noise for 2960.
Automation Nation from Groves and Seaholm High Schools, sponsored by Mac Viles and the Birmingham Education Foundation.
Moseying on over to our Blue Alliance, we have 9703.
The Q-Bots out of Quincy High School.
And it's 8423.
Next Express, Bedford Junior High School from Bedford Express and Bedford Junior High School.
And we've got 10665.
Do Robotics out of University High School, Ferndale, Michigan.
We've got our thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're off. We're seeing all 3 robots on the Red Alliance make a move to try to score in autonomous. And it looks like we're going to see 2 on the level 4 and an algae removed. What are we seeing on the blue side of the field? I think we've reached our final destination for this autonomous period. All right, let's see what these drivers can do for us. 84-23 immediately removing an algae from their reef, making space to score more coral. 75-01 taking a little bit of a breather, looking a little shaky, but they're going straight back to the human player to get back on pace to score more coral. 2960 bulldozing tons of algae off that reef and off the ground, making all the space in the world they can for their teammates. We're going to see what they have in store for us later this match. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, we're seeing some robots at the human player stations trying to get some coral so they can get some points on the board. What's going to be the next move we see here? We're seeing 84-23 posturing their way around the field, getting ready to score on that reef. And 75-01 looks like they're lined up for level 4, and they score on there. That's the 4th one on their reef for the Red Alliance. 75-01 back at it, straight into the human player station, while them and their partners 88-95 are scoring onto the reef, the top and bottom levels respectively. And they go back to the same human player station, working in tandem. 2960 working on their own on the other side of the field, scoring some on the 3rd floor of that reef right there, the 2nd coral. All right, and 84-23 back at that human player station, getting ready to score some more coral on this reef. We're seeing them go for the 3rd level. All right, and that's 1 more for the Blue Alliance on there. With just under a minute left in play, we're going to see what all points they can get. It looks like 106-65 is getting some action going, trying to get that coral out of their robot. We'll see what they can do there. While their alliance partner goes for a score and an algae removal at the same time, gets the algae off, not too sure about scoring that coral. I think it's in the froth of the reef. 75-01's put another one on the 2nd level of the reef. We're going to see how many points they can get. Perhaps they're going to get that ranking point for scoring on all 4 levels of the reef, 5 or more corals. We're at 25 seconds left in the match. They're looking to find where they want to put this coral in their robot. 88-95's grabbed 1 more in the human player station, and their alliance partner 75-01 is going for a climb. 84-23 as well on the other side of the field. That's Next Express. We're going to see how fast they can get up. 75-01's going for the climb as well. Let's see what they can do. That's 1 in the air. Will we get another? Oh. All right, let's see the scores. And that's looking like the Red Alliance wins the match. We're seeing them take this match with 4 ranking points. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance walks away with 1 of their own.
All right, we're going to keep things moving along here at the First and Miscot District Jackson at Columbia event. Let's meet our teams starting with 72-21.
Viking Robotics out of Jackson High School, sponsored by Sealand Air Technologies and Commonwealth Engineering and Consulting.
Joining them, we have 106-29.
Bath High School Fighting Bees Robotics team out of Bath High School.
And let's hear it for 75-97.
Team Horsepowered out of Fraser High School, sponsored by Fraser Public Schools.
All right, on our Blue Alliance, drum roll, please, for 83-74.
The Bongo Bots out of Leslie High School, sponsored by Raytheon RTX and Pratt & Whitney Auto Air.
Joining them, we have 10-25.
The MP Warriors out of Ferndale High School, sponsored by Ford and Stellantis.
And let's make some noise for 93-12.
It's Nerd Spark out of Innovate Albion, sponsored by Caster Concepts and Conceptual Innovations.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go. Just kidding. Just kidding. It's not a first event until we have a false start. My contract allows one. All right, we're going to try this again. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're off once again into that autonomous period We're seeing 10-25, the Impy Warriors being the first to score. Who's going to show up next? It's them again. All right. And you know what that buzzer means? We're in the teleoperated period. We are here in the match. What is going to be the next team that we're going to highlight here? We're seeing 106-29 managing their way around the field, getting ready to score into that trough. And with a shot, that one's going to score. We're seeing their alliance partners navigate their way around the field. We have 10-25 right there, but right at the human player station, collects another coral as quickly as they can and is getting ready to score again on level 4. Meanwhile, 72-21's playing some defense on the other side of the field. We're going to see how much they can interrupt the Blue Alliance flow. 93-12, Nerd Spark with their robot. Black Mantis is right there at the human player station, getting ready to grab a coral, trying to figure out where they want to store that. All right. 10-25, they're making yet another score, going for the shortest cycle option available, the human player facing side of the reef. Right there, that's 2 corals back to back on the 3rd rung. We're going to see where else they score, perhaps going for the ranking point, maybe just trying to maximize the points they can get in this match. On the Red Alliance side of the field, we have 75-97, high centering on algae, figures out how to right themselves. We're going to see if they can get more coral into that reef. 72-21, boxing up, 93-12, keeping them stuck at that human player station with that defense that they are playing. We're going to see if 93-12 can get another coral into their robot, and they do. I think they're going to be going to score that coral. We'll see where they go for. Right there, they drop it into the trough, and their alliance partner, 10-25, puts yet another coral on level 4 of the reef. It looks like they've gotten 6 corals up there already. We're going to see how many more they can get. If you check the displays, you can see which floors of the reef have all the corals they need. And we're at 20 seconds in the match. You're going to hear that depth charge. And we're seeing some robots begin their ascent up the cages. It looks like 10-25's completed their climb. We're going to see who else goes for one this match. It looks like 75-97 is trying to score a game piece. We're going to see what can get done in the last couple seconds of the match. All right, and they park. All right, drivers, come collect your robots. Let's check those scores of Qualification 3. Ooh, looks like that's going to be a win for the Blue Alliance. They're going to take that match with 4 ranking points, putting them up on the board.
We are moving right along with our qualification matches. We've got match number 4 on the field, starting with 52-34.
It's the Marauder Bots out of Ovid LC High School, sponsored by Ovid LC Area Schools and Kunsley Associates.
Joining them, we have 8300.
It's Titan Robotics out of Lumen Christi Catholic High School.
And the drive team would like Riedemann to know that they love him. We got 2611.
It's the Jacktown Vectors from Jackson Area Career Center and Jackson Prep and Early College. Sponsored by Jackson County Intermediate School District and the DART Foundation.
Coming on down to the Blue Alliance, we got 9210.
The Fighting Falcons from Jackson Prep and Early College. Sponsored by Alro Steel and Advanced Turning and Manufacturing.
Joining them, it's 7289.
The Blue Eagles out of Fowler High School, sponsored by Dematic and the Fowler Education Foundation.
And let's hear it for 5676.
The Heroes out of Hillsdale Senior High School, sponsored by R&D Controls and the Spratt family.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we are once again in our autonomous period. We're seeing our robots make their first moves according to their pre-programmed instructions. We'll see how many corals they can get on the reef with no further assistance. All right, and we're seeing a score of a triple by 26-11, setting up a new showing. All right, we'll see what these humans can do to match those pre-programmed instructions. 56-76, manipulating their arm to get up onto the 4th level of that reef. That's the Heroes. We're going to see how many more game pieces they can score in this match. 72-89, equally positioned, going for a lower level of the reef, trying to get a coral on there. Meanwhile, 56-76 is going for another one on the 4th rung of that reef. 8300 puts up one on the 4th level of their own on this side of the field from their human player. All right, 26-11, keeping pace with their teammates. We'll see how many can be scored. All right, and 92-10, they're maneuvering their way around the field, trying to get some coral, trying to get more game pieces onto that reef as 52-34 with their Mechanum drive pops one into the processor. We're going to see how many game pieces they can score here today. We're seeing 26-11 put up yet another game piece on that top level of the reef. They're trying to score everywhere they can, as many points all the time. Look at that, just completing that crown, covering the top of the reef. Meanwhile, on the blue side, we're seeing 56-76 taking the charge over here, trying to get all of them on that top rung that they can get, keeping this close. It's 60-58. This match is nearly tied with 50 seconds left. All right. What are we going to be seeing here? 56-76 going for one more up there. That's Tars putting up yet another coral on the top rung. 8300 working on the driver's station side of the reef, putting up all the corals that they can get. They got 2 on the top, 2 in the middle. Ooh, what's going to be the next side that they go for? It looks like they're aiming for the 4th floor. What are we going to see? Is that coral making it on? And it does. That's amazing right there by Team 8300. We're at 20 seconds left. That's what that depth charge means. Now it's time to climb with your robots. 56-76, looking pretty even. They look like they're going to be off the ground. Will they get all of the points they need to get that ranking point? We're going to see in the last 2 seconds of this match, how does this play out? Drivers, come collect your robots. All right, let's see the results of Qual 4. You know that means that's a victory for the Red Alliance. They're going to be taking that 98 to 89. That's going to be 6 total ranking points, 4 to the Red Alliance, 2 to the Blue Alliance.
All right, it's match number 5 here on the Consumers Energy Field. Let's meet our teams, starting with 3656.
That's the Dexter Dreadbots out of Dexter High School, sponsored by Bosch and the Michigan DOE.
Joining them, it's 10705.
Out of Will Carleton Academy. Out of Will Carleton Charter School Academy.
And we got 4568.
It's the Robot Commander out of North Adams Jerome High School, sponsored by Hardy Reed Machine and Tool Company and the state of Michigan.
On the Blue Alliance, we got 52-25.
It's the Shambots out of East Point Middle School and East Point High School, sponsored by the GM Foundation and Argosy Foundations.
And we got 4216.
Blue Ops Robotics out of East Jackson Secondary School, sponsored by the Ford Motor Company and Consumers Energy.
And we got 8519.
The Iron Eagles out of Mason High School, sponsored by Apex Metal Fabrication and the Machine Company.
We've got the thumbs up drivers touching the controls. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're off. We're seeing all of our robots make some motion. We're going to see who's going where they need to go. 3656 put up 1 coral, grabbed another. They're going for 2. Can they get 3 done in this autonomous period? Oh. It's looking like it's going to be a 2.5 auto by the Dexter Dreadbots and the robot Cusco. All right, and on the Blue Alliance, we're seeing 4216 with their iconic octagonal robot remove some algae from the reef. That's 1 algae. That's 2 algae. It looks like they're going for a 3rd. How many can they get off? On the red side of the field, 45-68, getting in position to place a coral onto the third rung. 36-56 follows up right after onto the fourth rung. They're working in great synchronization right here. We're going to see what all they can get done. Meanwhile, 42-16 grabbing one more from the human player station. We're going to see how many corals they can get now that they've cleared up the reef for them to place corals onto. All right. What are we seeing here? 36-56. Once again, making huge moves. The Dexter Dreadbots slamming into that human player station wall, trying to get those corals as fast as they can, shortening down those cycle times. Their alliance partners, 45-68 and 107.05, are working at the other human player station, trying to get all the coral they can onto that reef. It looks like 107.05 is now loaded with their coral, getting ready to store it onto the reef as soon as they can get on over there. And we're seeing, what do we see over here? It's looking like 85-19 is getting ready to place a coral into the trough. We're going to see how many they can get. They go up the floor. That's the second level of the reef. That's the Iron Eagles with their robot EO. 42-16, once again at that human player station with 40 seconds left in the match, trying to place yet another coral onto this reef, looking like a level 3 is their goal. We're going to see, and boom, they take the shot. Unfortunately, it misses. 107.05 is looking at another coral from the human player station. We're going to see how many they can get. This whole half of the red reef is coated in coral. We're going to see just how many they can get on there. But that's the depth charge. You might not have heard it over the crowd, but it's still the end game. We got 15 seconds left here. Who is going to make it off the ground? There's one in the air. There's a park. What else are we going to see here? We're going to see another attempt. Are they going to make it? Can they get in the spot in time? And that's going to be a triple. Let's check those scores of this match. All right. And it looks like our winner is going to be the Red Alliance. Those robots are going to go up in the rankings. We're going to see where they're going to end up. That's our first win with all of the ranking points. So that's the warp. 6 ranking points to the Alliance, led by the Dexter Dreadbots. The Blue Alliance walks away with 1 ranking point.
All right, we're getting ready for match number 6. On the Red Alliance, we've got 65-56.
It's Spartan Robotics out of Waldron School, sponsored by Hillsdale Dental and G&G Glass.
We've also got 65-91.
It's Panther Powered Robotics out of Stockbridge Junior Senior High School, sponsored by Abbott and Fillmore Agency and the SCA Foundation.
And we got 55-59.
The Gear Grinders out of Camden Frontier High School, sponsored by Wheeland Chase and Camden Frontier High School.
They took home the Impact Award a couple weeks ago. It's 5-48.
It's the Robo-Stangs out of Northville High School, sponsored by General Motors and the state of Michigan.
We got 52-05.
The Full Metal Jackets out of Concord High School, sponsored by Henry Ford Hospital Jackson and Concord High School.
And let's make some noise for 76-56.
The MC Hammers out of Michigan Center Junior High School and Consumers Energy Foundation and Jackson Community Foundation. Good, yeah. Noted. Yeah, I supply.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're in the autonomous period. Let's get these drivers going. These robots going. We're seeing some action on both sides of the field here. Okay. And it looks like we've hit our stopping point of autonomous. And now our drivers have control over the robots. Let's see what they can do. 55-59, scoring the first one for the Red Alliance into the trough of the reef. What are we going to see on the blue side of the field? We're seeing some algae getting removed by our robots. What are we going to see here? By 52.05, removes the second one. Can they get another? Yes, they do. 76-56 is looking to make their first move to score some algae on the reef. Meanwhile, 548 with Kronos has removed yet another algae. They got almost all the algae off the reef, and now they're putting up their first coral by 76-56 on the red side of the field. What are we seeing happening here? We're seeing some robots maneuvering around, and it looks like, ooh, unfortunately, a coral was dropped out of the robot. Now 548's playing some mean defense, getting in between these red robots and the human player station where they're trying to pick up the coral. They're leveraging the ability of these robots that are only grabbing from the human player station to box them out. All right. Meanwhile, counter that. 65-91's playing some defense of their own on the blue side of the field. We got two robots wrestling, trying to get access to that human player station on the red side of the field. All three of them over there. 2 red, 1 blue. What can they get there to try to get those corals onto the reef with 50 seconds left in this match? 76-56 is looking to put another coral on the reef of their own. Right there, ejected the coral straight onto the branch. Excellent gameplay. They're looking at that human player station, trying to get one more coral onto that reef. We're going to see what they can do. It looks like 52.05 in their barge zone. We're going to see what their strategy is there with 30 seconds left in the match, perhaps lined up for a climb. We're going to see what they can do. 65-91 gets out of the Blue Alliance side of the field, trying to not incur any penalties. What are we going to get here? 76-56. Looks like they got one more coral. They're going to go for another point. Meanwhile, 548 is off the ground. Is still off the ground. And our red robots are beginning to line up to park. We're going to see what they can get done here to try to score some points. Look like 6 robots interacting the game, endgame. The field is clear, drive teams. Please recollect your robots. All right, let's check the scores of that match. All right, and that's looking like a win for the Blue Alliance. They're going to take that match with a number of ranking points right there. That's going to be 4 ranking points for the Blue Alliance. We're going to focus in on those penalties. We have a violation of G418, which is opponent's cage is off limits by the Red Alliance, and as well G428 and the cage protection. This is during the end game only.
We're going to keep things moving right along in match number 7. Let's meet our teams, starting with 503.
It's Frog Force out of Novi High School, sponsored by Magna Seating Systems and Panasonic.
Joining them, we have 9183.
The RoboComets out of Jonesville High School.
And let's make some noise for 9312.
It's Nerd Spark.
Coming on over to our Blue Alliance, we have 9239.
It's Panther Robotics.
And 8522.
Springport High School, sponsored by Springport Senior High School.
And we've got 1023.
The Bedford Express out of Bedford Senior High School, sponsored by Enterprise Foundation Holdings and DeWalt.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're in our autonomous period here. We're seeing these robots get into position to try to collect some coral and to score them. Looks like we're going to see a coral up on the blue side of the field, matched by one on the red side of the field by 5:03. That's some good movement for autonomous. We're going to see what these drivers can do to match that. Once again, we have 5:03 looking to put another coral up side by side with their last one. That's 2 on the 4th floor. Nerd Spark 9312s at their human player station trying to get a coral. We'll see if they can get in the right configuration for that. And on the blue side of the field, we're seeing 1023 and the Bedford Express going for one on the 4th rung. All right, that's another one up there. The Blue Alliance is looking at almost 5 coral on the top rung now. That's level 4. On the blue side or the red side of the field, we have Frog Force looking to make more moves at their human player station, trying to keep those cycles compact, trying to score as many corals as they can. We're going to see what all action they got. Their alliance partner, 9183, is bouncing around on the blue side of the field, trying to play some defense to slow down the Blue Alliance. We're going to see what sort of action they can get going on here, trying to make as much impact as they can. 1023, though, still manages to find a way to score on that 4th rung on the far side from the driver's station. All right, and 8522 tries to put some coral on the 4th rung of their own. Going to see how many more they can score with 1 minute left in the match. 5:03 out of options on the close side to their human player station, has to reach farther way around the reef, trying to find wherever they can score on that top rung to maximize the number of points they can get here. Their alliance partner, 9312, looking to get another coral, maneuvering their way around the field. But again, we also have their alliance partner, 9183, placing some coral into the trough, getting them points wherever they can score. With 30 seconds left, we're almost at the end game. We're going to see how the game changes once that happens. All right. We're seeing 5:03 Frog Force trying to get that coral, or trying to get that cage into their robot with their arm right there. We're going to see if they can get off the ground while 1023 tries to place one more coral onto the reef to get all the points they can out of that end effector. With a little over 5 seconds left, looking like Frog Force is off the ground. 8522, 9312, but all are coming into park. Wow. The lights are green. You know what that means. Drive teams, come collect your robots. Let's see those scores. And the winner is the Blue Alliance. With a score of 102 to 44, they take the match and 5 ranking points.
All right, we're going to keep chugging along here at the Jackson District competition. Let's meet our Red Alliance, starting with 88.95.
That's going to be 78.95, which is not 88.95, which is Red Wolves Robotics.
Joining them, we have 51.44. Wrong flag, too early.
That's the LISD Technicians.
And we got 72.89.
The Blue Eagles.
We're going to make our way over onto the Blue Alliance, where we got rookie sensation 106.65.
You Robotics.
And we got 75.97.
That's Team Horsepowered.
And drum roll, please, for 83.74.
The Bongo Bots.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's see this action. We're getting this movement by these robots in our autonomous period here. And they're all moving over, and we look like we've crossed the line. All right, and you know what that buzzer means? It's time for some free-form movement right here. We're going to see what these humans can do with these robots. All of our drivers are now controlling these robots, making their way around the field. We've got a couple corals scored in these troughs, one apiece that I can see. We'll look like that. We got 51-44 lined up, getting ready to score. They pop the first one onto the top level of the wreath for this match. We're going to see who follows them next. We're seeing 83-74 make their way over to the red side of the field. That's 4 robots over there now, with 1 blue robot trying to play some defense against all 3 of these red robots. 88-95 has popped their one more coral into the trough of the Red Alliance Reef. We're going to see how many more they can dump on in there. That's a quick cycle time that they're making. We're going to see how long they can keep that up, or if their trough's going to get too full. 106-65s making their way to their human player station to collect a coral of their own to try to make some action happen over here. 75-97s manipulating their way around the field, trying to get that coral into their reef in that trough. We're going to see if they can get it over that lip. And they do. That's going to be one more coral scored for the Blue Alliance. We're going to see what we have going on here on the Red Alliance. We see 3 coral on level 4. Those are being put up there by 51-44 in a really impactful robot this match. Getting some defense played on them by 83-75, trying to target the highest score that they can find to make the biggest impact. All right, and 72-89, trying to get that algae off the reef to loosen up those poles so they can store their coral on it. There's 30 seconds left in this match. We're going to see how much time they have left to work on coral, or if they're going to shift focus to the end game. It's looking like 83-74 is going to be the first one to make a move, as they're trying to get there for perhaps a park point for that end game. 72-89 is making their way around the reef, trying to score another coral or perhaps remove an algae with 5 seconds left in the match. It's 51-44, goes for another score. What's the next play here? It looks like a park. Let's see those scores. All right, and for this qualification match, it looks like our winners are going to be the Red Alliance, taking it 45-22, carrying 3 ranking points.
Let's keep moving along here at the Jackson event. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, we got 26-11.
The Jacktown Vectors.
And it's 84-23.
Next Express.
And let's hear for 45-68.
That's Robot Commander.
Coming on down to our Blue Alliance, we got 36-68.
It's the Trobots.
And our host team is 75-01.
The Golden Gears.
And it's my best friend, it's 71-97.
The Mountie Megabots.
I love you, Jacktown. We're going to get our gates secured so the robots don't come out and play. Our teams are getting ready here on the Consumers Energy Field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's make some noise. What are we going to see here? That's going to be 2 attempts by the Blue Alliance. One of them is going to work. 2 attempts by the Red Alliance, and it looks like they're both up. Are we going to see a third? It's looking like it. Oh, that's going to be 2.5 game pieces for 26-11. The Jacktown Vectors, all on their own. Such impressive performance by them. 7197's putting in some work here to grab some algae and put them straight into the processor. We're going to see how quick of a cycle they can get there. They've moved 1. They went for 2. All right. 3668. Keeping that pressure on the top rung of the reef. That's going to be 6 corals up there already for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, on the red side of the field, we're seeing 2611 make their way around, trying to get some also all the way up there on L4. What can they get done here? They're sharing that human player station. You'll notice that actually they can grab from the human player station with their elevator all the way up. That's a unique robot design right there. All right. Where are we going to see is going to be scoring next? There's some attempts at L4 on the red side. There's attempts at L3 on the blue side. They're going for the ranking point strategy, trying to get coral on all levels of the reef. 7501's putting up some coral on the far side of the reef at level 4. We're going to see if they can make that placement, which they successfully get with their swiping motion. And over here we see 8423. Next Express puts one on L3 on the human player side of the reef. We're going to see how many more they can get up there with their alliance partners, dunking one onto L4 with ease as 7501 tries to match with one on level 3 of their own. Their partners 7197 puts one on level 2. It's looking like they've covered 3 out of the 4 levels of the reef, as what I'm seeing on the display, as well as numerous corals on level 4 by both sides. These reefs are looking quite full. As 2611 goes for one more attempt, they're going to go back to the human player station to try to grab one more coral before they start the end game. That's the depth charge right there as the robots attempt their ultimate ascent. We'll see how many can get off the ground by just a matter of inches. All right. Some red robots are getting in position. That's one cage grappled onto 7501 in the air. We got 4 seconds left. Who's going to get the park? Who's going to be in the air? All right, that's green lights. Drivers, come collect your robots. All right, that's a close match. Let's check what the final scores are gonna be. That's a victory for the Blue Alliance. Right there, they put up all 6 ranking points. The Red Alliance will walk away with one of their own.
Let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 10. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's 65-91.
The Panther-powered robotics.
Joining them, it's 52-34.
It's the Marauder bots.
And let's give it up for 97-03.
Q-bots.
Moseying on over to our Blue Alliance, we got 8300.
Titan robotics.
Joining them, we have 55-59.
The Gear Grinders.
And let's give it up for 56-76.
The Heroes.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's see what these robots have in store for us. We're seeing some moves here. An attempt in the trough, an attempt on level 4. It's looking like we're seeing some action here. That's going to be enough to put the Blue Alliance and the Red Alliance on the board. And here we are. We're into the match. 55-59, the Gear Grinders looking to score on level 2 of the Reef. We're going to see what all they can do. As 8300 makes an attempt to grab one out of the human player station, successfully ejects the coral they got accidentally in their robot. Looks like 6591's making some moves to play defense here, try to slow down the Blue Alliance to prevent them from running away with a lead. Meanwhile, their alliance partners 5224 are looking to score some algae into the processor, and 9703 is making a move into the trough from the human player station. What can we see here happening by 8300 Titan Robotics making an attempt at level 4 on that reef? Oh, we're going to see, are they in position? It sure looks like it to me, as 5676 having some technical difficulties with their movement. We're going to see if they can right themselves, and they do successfully without popping the algae as well. Amazing movement. And they're still in scoring shape. They're trying to score onto level 4 of the reef. Meanwhile, 5234 is grabbed an algae and is going to make their way over to that processor to store it as fast as they can. We're going to see if they can get in position. Who's going to be the next robot to score here? Looking like 9703, the Q-bots, are going to put another one onto the trough. Meanwhile, 5559 is playing some zone defense here, boxing out 6591 from that human player station, keeping it very, very dry. 5676 making a move to try to score this coral once again with 35 seconds left in the match. Meanwhile, their alliance partners 8300 are also trying to score on the other side of the reef at that human player station. We're going to see what they can do with 25 seconds left in the match. All right, it's looking like 5234 has made the shallow climb just in time for us to hear the depth charge. What is going to be the next robot here? We're looking like we're seeing some parks turning this place into a parking lot. How many are we going to get? It looks like everybody's clocked in just in time for the match to end. That's full participation in Endgame. Let's check the scores of that match. And the winners are the Blue Alliance. We're seeing them take it away with 5 ranking points that match.
Let's move on to match number 11. Starting us off, we've got 91-83.
The Robo Comets.
And joining them, we've got 52-25.
The Shambots.
And 85-22.
That's going to be our team, Springport High School.
Currently ranked number 1, we've got 36-56.
That's the Dexter Dreadbot.
And rookie sensation, 106-29.
Bath High School, the Fighting Bees.
And let's make some noise for 8:30.
That's the Rat Pack.
We've got the thumbs up. Drrrr. We got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's see it. And all the robots dash off the starting line. We're going to see what they're going to make happen here in this autonomous period. That looks like that's some game pieces scored on both sides, and all the robots leave the line. That's good news for the teams looking for ranking points. All right, and that's 2 coral up by the Red Alliance and 2 coral up by the Blue Alliance. We're going to see how many more they can score this match. All right, we're seeing one more put up by the 36-56 team. They're removing all of those algae as well. They're getting ready to score coral wherever they feel like, making sure that there's no inhibitions. Meanwhile, 91-83 puts up one more into the trough on the red side. If you look carefully, that's looking pretty full already. We're going to see how many more they can get. Just dumping them left and right out of their human player station into the reef. 106-29 with this coral of their own is going to make a move into the trough, and unfortunately it rebounds off their alliance partners. 36-36 have no fear though, working in tandem just to avoid them on a nice cycle right there, like a turntable, always in the right spot. All right, what are we going to see next here? 106-29's grabbed one more coral. 830's grabbed a coral of their own. They're getting ready to get up and into position to try to get those corals onto the reef. 91-83 is looking at one more into the trough, and unfortunately it also rebounds off the backboard. But their alliance partners, 85-22, are looking to make a move of their own, trying to get one on that top level of the reef. It looks like they found their mark. That's one more coral on L4 for the Red Alliance. With 45 seconds left in the match, we're going to see who's going to be able to clutch out this match here. 36-56 has one more coral in their possession, drops it, and they've filled up that entire side of the reef from level 4 all the way down to level 2. That's all the rungs of the branch. All right. With one more right next door, they've run out of spaces. They got to go next door. One more, one after another. There's 20 seconds left. You hear that? That's the depth charge. It's time for endgame. Get those robots off the ground or just park. Both are worth points. We're seeing 36-56 going to be the first robot to make a move, try to get in the air. It looks like they might have that. We're going to see what the Red Alliance can do about that. We're seeing 2 parks by them. All right, let's look at the scores of that match. Ooh, and that's a victory for the Blue Alliance. That's looking like 6 ranking points. That's all of them. That's a win. Warp. 1 ranking point goes to the Red Alliance.
Let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 12. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's 302.
That's the Dragons.
And joining them, it's 548.
That's the Robostangs.
And we got 72-21.
Viking Robotics.
All right, we're going to try something. Who are we?
That's Frog Force.
In the middle, it's 2960.
Automation Nation.
And it's 8519.
That's the Iron Eagles.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's see this autonomous period. Who is going to be the first robot to score here? We're seeing one in the trough for the Red Alliance. It looks like that's one in the trough for the Blue Alliance as well. Are we going to get any on the branches just yet? Yes, we will. That's one on level 4. And now we're into the teleoperated period. You can tell that by the way that all the robots spring to life once again, all at once. We're seeing some defense played by 72-21 on 2960 on the Blue Alliance side of the field. With a spinning motion, they're trying to interrupt as much as they can. 2960's lost possession of the coral, but fear not, they're at the human player station. They'll get another one. Meanwhile, 302, completely undefended, is just doing their very best to grab whatever coral they can from their human player and get it onto that reef. It looks like they've dislodged an algae and they're going straight into L4 to try to score the coral right there. All right, what are we going to see next? They're going right there, side by side for the next one, right next to the last. 2960's going for an algae. We'll see if they can get those into the processor. They got one. They're going for 2 now. We're seeing some movement by 72-21 playing defense on the Blue Alliance robots. They're making all of the contact they can to try to disrupt what is going on the blue side of the field. 302's exhausted all of the level 4 on the closest stations to their human players, so they have to reach all the way around to the far side of the reef. We're going to see how many more they can get there with these slightly extended cycles, but they've already put up 5 in the first minute of play. We got 1 minute left of action. Who is going to be one of the ones to take this game? 503 back at the human player station looking for one more coral as 2960 is making a move for level 3 on the reef. They're going to have to take another take on that. See who can get all of the corals they need onto the reef to try to get that ranking point. The Blue Alliance is up in this match thus far with 35 seconds left. 302 put in all the effort they can to try to score those max value corals on the top level of the reef. We're going to see who can get all the corals they need to get the victory in this match. We're about to hear that depth charge. It's going to mean it's going to be end game. As they put one more coral on level 4 of the reef, and these robots begin to make their way over to try to attempt a climb. We're going to see who can get off the ground just now. It looks like 2960 does. It looks like 503 does. We're going to see what the Red Alliance can do about that. We're seeing at least 2 parks here by Red. We're going to see if they can get a third. All right, the lights are green. That's your turn, teams. Let's clean on up. Let's see the results of that match. It's looking like it's going to be a victory for the Blue Alliance. They're going to be taking that with 5 ranking points.
All right, let's get things started for match number 13. On the Red Alliance, we got 5205.
That's the Full Metal Jackets.
And it's 6556.
Spartan Robotics.
And currently ranked number 1, it's 10705.
That's Will Carlton Academy.
Coming on to our Blue Alliance, we got 1025.
That's the MP Warriors.
And their partners 9210.
That's the Fighting Falcons.
And let's hear it for 1023.
Bedford Express.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're taking off once again. We're seeing all of our robots getting moving on this field. We got 3 actions happening on the Blue Alliance. We're going to see if they can score onto that reef. Unfortunately, it looks like there was a miss at the human player station. All right, we're going to see what the Red Alliance can do to try to keep up with the Blue Alliance here. We have 65-56 making the first move over to their human player station, trying to collect a coral so they can score. We're going to see what they can do with that. Their alliance partner, 10705, has gone to the far side, the other alliance human player station, to try to get coral to bring onto those troughs of the reef. There's 6 of them, 1 on all sides. We'll see what they can do. Meanwhile, we have 1023 trying to make some scores here. We'll see how many points they can put up here on the reef. That looks like another coral for them. That's going to be the Bedford Express making a quick move out of this. Going to see how fast they can keep their cycle times with their ground intake, letting them go slightly less far when they're trying to get those game pieces. Their alliance partner is 1025. That's the MP Warriors. They're putting one onto the 3rd level of the reef. We're going to see how many more they can put on there before there's no more space, or if the time runs out first. We got 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this match. We're seeing one algae getting removed from the reef by 5205 on the Red Alliance, and that's the second right there. We're going to see if they can bring him into the processor, or if they're just removing him for their teammates. We got to see how the strategy changes depending on every alliance combination. 65-56 is once again at their human player station, trying to get some coral to get onto the reef, but they got to get him in the robot first before they can bring him there. We're going to see what the move is here. It looks like 5205 making their way across the field. What is going to be the next move here? It looks like they might be going for an early climb. We'll see if they can get off the ground. 1023 is, in the meantime, fill up the entire face of this reef right here. All 6 coral. We got less than 20 seconds left. That's the depth charge. We're going to see how many robots are going to participate in this endgame and how many can get all the way off the ground. Looks like all 3 red robots are participating. We're going to see if any of blue can get off the ground. Last 3 seconds here. Can 1025 make it? Let's get our results of qualification 13. And it's looking like it's going to be a victory for the Blue Alliance. They can get with 97 points and 5 ranking points. That's what's going to be used to decide where they end up in the pick order tomorrow morning to decide what alliance teams are on.
All right, we're getting ready for match number 14. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, we got 4216.
Blue Ops Robotics.
Joining them, we have 5234.
That's the Marauder bots.
And we got 5144.
The LISD technicians.
Coming on down to our Blue Alliance, it's Hammer Time with 7656.
The MC Hammers.
And we got 6591.
Panther powered robotic.
And let's hear it for 9239.
Their partner, Panther Robotic.
All right, folks, just a scheduling reminder. We are going to break for lunch after match number 15. We've got 14 on the field right now. Then we'll play 15. And then we're going to take a quick break so you can all enjoy some lunch. We'll be back for qualification match number 16 with queuing starting at 1:45. So if you're playing in match number 16, we want to see you checking in with our queuers starting at 1:45. We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and these robots are about to take off. We're going to see where they're going to end up. All right, and I think that's going to conclude our action for the autonomous period. We're going to see what the drivers can do. All right, with that bell, we're seeing our humans take over. We're going to see what they can do to change the fate of this game. The Red Alliance, these robots, they're all positioning to score on the driver's side of the reef where they can have the best visibility. We're going to see what they can do if they fill that side up and if they go for the other side. 4216 is the first robot to grab from the human player station, and it looks like they're going to make their way over to the reef with an attempt to score onto a branch. Right now, about half of the branches are covered up by algae. We'll see what they can do about that. Okay, we're going to see 5144 is going for one of the top rung. They're going to be putting up the first coral of the match for the Red Alliance. That's going to be a point for them. We're going to see how many more they can get. 7656 positioned, trying to get this coral out of their robot. It's unfortunately fallen in there, and they are going to head on over to play some defense. 6591 follows suit, goes back to their side of the field so they can try scoring some points of their own. 7656 poised to play defense at the human player station. Meanwhile, 5234 looking for an algae to score. Can't find any because they've already scored them all. But now their alliance partner has relieved one from the reef, opened it up to the floor. We're going to see what 5144, we'll see what they can do to try to score some coral right here onto the reef. That's a third one onto the top rung of the reef for them. 5144 back at that human player station, going to try to make another one happen. Meanwhile, 5234 is navigating their way through some furious defense right here by the Blue Alliance. 4216 is looking to find what's their next move to do here with 25 seconds left in the match. It looks like 5234 has decided they're going for the shallow climb. We're going to see if they can get onto the cage. All right, and the rest of the robots are making their way over to the barge zone. trying to get some parking points, some climbing points, whatever they can get to score additional points and get that end game ranking point if they reach a threshold of 14. All right, let's go see the scores of that match. Looking like that's a win for the Red Alliance. They're going to take that match with a total of 4 ranking points.
All right, we're getting ready for match number 15, which is going to be our last match before we break for lunch. Just a reminder that we'll queue up for match number 16, starting at 1:45. Let's meet our teams for this next match, starting with 106-65.
That's you, Robotic.
And we got 55-59.
The Gear Grinders.
And they're ready to free Willy. It's 71-97.
The Mountie Megabots.
We're going to swim on over to our Blue Alliance where we got 93-12.
That's Nerd Spark.
And we got 85-22.
Springport High School.
And let's hear it for 45-68.
Robot Commander.
All right, we're getting ready for our last match before lunch. Who's really excited for what their team is going to have for lunch? I see one hand over here from the Dragons. Nobody else is excited for food? All righty. All righty. We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're seeing some action already. These robots all taking off as soon as they can to get going. 85-22 takes an attempt. 55-59 finds a success into the trough. All right, and we also have one onto L4 on the red line side of the field. That's a 19-point autonomous already. We're going to see what they can follow that up with. The 3 robots on the red alliance, what sort of scores can they make happen? We're seeing 106-65 reorient themselves, trying to get that part of their robot that's designed to score towards the goal. 55-59 grabs from the human player. We're going to see if they can get that onto the trough. It looks like they do with absolute ease. Such a quick score by them. 71-97 posed with an algae. They're looking to place that somewhere, but they don't want to pop that algae. That'd be bad. 45-68 though, they got a coral. They're looking to score into this trough, as well as 93-12 and 85-22, all in sync, looking to make action happen all at once. We can see they're really fighting for this win right here. They're trying to get back into the game. 93-12 once again with the coral grabbed up high, trying to get that into the top level of the reef. We'll see what they can do. It looks like they're settling for level 3, which they successfully score onto there once they remove that algae. 71-97 place the coral onto the top rung of that reef. Once again, put up 4 total coral on the top rung of Red's reef with 1 minute left in play. We're going to see how many more they can score. That's a 5th one for 71-97 and the Red Alliance. 106-65. Looks like they've grabbed another one to pop into that trough of their reef. Going to see how many more that they can get here in this match. 93-12 Nerd Spark once again trying to score on the far side of that reef, making a point that they want to prove they can score right there. Meanwhile, 55-59 with the coral stuck in their robot have opted to play defense, understanding that they cannot control 2 corals at once. 85-22 is looking to score on the human player face of the reef, which they effortlessly place that onto the top rung. And that's the depth charge. 20 seconds left in this match. We'll see what robots can get off the sea floor and onto those cages. 45-68 is the first to make a move. It looks like they're going to go. All right. 55-59, they're second. What are they going to see here? Do we have any more robots taking part in game? It looks like no.
All right, well, we're waiting on our scores from that match. Have a good lunch break. Make sure that your teams are conscious of the space that you're taking up. Leave the areas that you inhabit clean. We want to make sure that Columbia Central lets us back here next year, so we need to be good stewards of their space. We'll see you back here at 2 for match number 16. We need those teams in match 16 queuing at 1:45.
All right, and we'll queue up the match results from this most recent match 15. And that's a victory for the Red Alliance. They're going to be taking that game with 4 ranking points of their own, and they'll all be going up in the rankings.
From the joys of new beginnings to milestone celebrations, dependable power keeps your life on track. That's where we come in. With 8,000 people dedicated to one mission, we work around the clock so you never have to miss a beat. And the best part is that the energy you depend on is getting cleaner and more efficient by the day. As we move away from coal, our promise to you remains the same. We'll keep your lights on and your home warm 24/7. Count on us to help you use less energy so you can play more, share more, and make more.
get fried. All right, 548 in action now, putting up one more coral on the top rung. That's 4-5 for the Blue Alliance. We'll see what they can do over there. 548 is going to be showing a strong force for the Red Alliance. This time, the Red Alliance opting for 3 cyclers, the Blue Alliance opting for 2 cyclers and 1 defensive robot. We're seeing 91-83 go into the trough right there, trying to get the points that they can find. 36-56, the Dexter's Red Bots once again topping off one more into the top rung of the reef, just cracking those corals right onto there. And we're going to see what they can get done. 7501 and their alliance partners, 7289, sharing that human player station, getting all the coral they can, just completely avoiding the defending Blue Alliance robot. 3610, our Blue Alliance robot, 7501, trying to go for one on the top rung of that reef, the top level right there. But it's the depth charge in the end game. All right, are we going to be seeing this? What robots are going to be getting in the air here? Looks like 548's the first to make the attempt and the ascent. They're in the air. 7501's grabbed onto their cage as well. 3656. Are they in the air? I can't quite tell. We're going to have to see whatever the refs call. Drive teams, collect your robots. Let's see the winners of this match. Let's get these results up. All right, and the Red Alliance wins the match. With a record of 26 barge points, they'll carry that ranking point.
Let's meet our teams for match number 17. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, we got 75-97.
That's team horsepowered.
And we got 92-10.
Fighting Falcons.
And let's hear it for 26-11.
The Jacktown Vectors.
Okay, I'm gonna work really hard to get my chance right on this one. Y'all always confuse me. But we're starting with, we are who?
It's the Dragons.
Joining them, we got 52-25.
It's going to be the Shambots.
All right, let's try this again with Who Are We?
That's 25 years of Frog Force.
All right, we've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off. Once again, we got another game of Rescape ahead of us. We're seeing our first moves come out by 26-11, 302, trying to get some coral on the top rungs of the reef. Looks like Frog Force has 2 of their own that they're going to be putting up. All righty. And that was an explosive autonomous period with almost 50 points scored between the 2 alliances. We're going to see what all they can put on top of that. It's going to be a tense one here. 52-25, trying to stop 92-10 from getting in the way of their alliance partners who are trying to score as many corals as they can on the 4th rung of this reef. All right, we got 75-97 getting ready to go to a human player to get some coral. Meanwhile, 26-11 is trying to get some coral of their own onto the reef. From their human player, they've gone straight to the reef and they're picking which branch do they want to score this coral on. And it looks like they put up a successful 5 coral of their own. It looks like there's 6 right now, about to be 7 on that reef. We're going to see how many more they can get to try to keep up with this blue alliance made up of 3 very powerful robots. We're going to see who is going to be actually committing the most towards their attempt at a victory here. 503 is battering around with 92-10, trying to get access to the human player station. Meanwhile, the Dragons are just scoring as much as they want to do. I believe that's an entire level 4 completed on the blue reef. There is just no more branches for them to access. So 302 has pivoted to try to scoring some algae, all right, into the barge where it's worth 4 points rather than a net of only 2 otherwise. All right, that's going to be a serious number to contend with, but 26-11 is not just going to give up. They're trying to complete level 4 of their own to try to close this gap of a mere 8 points as we have less than 40 seconds left in this match. It really could go either way. We got to see what's the next decider right here. Who is going to clutch this out and take the lead with 25 seconds left? This match is going to go down to the wire. We're going to have to see what all the Blue Alliance can do to try to keep their lead. We're seeing Frog Force with depth charge is going to go for a climb. We're going to see if that's going to be enough points for them to be able to win this. Red Lines has taken the lead with 10 seconds left. We're going to see who ends up coming out on top. Oh my, we have 5 seconds left. That's a park. Is that going to turn into a climb? We're going to have to see. All right, drive teams, it's time to collect your robots. All right, let's get the scores of that match. It was a close one. But the Blue Alliance is going to take it. And they're going to run away with 5 ranking points to 1.
All right, things are heating up here at the Jackson at Columbia district. We are going to go ahead and meet our teams for this next match. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we got 106-29.
That's you, Robotics.
And it's 85-19.
The Iron Eagles.
And we got 88-95.
Red Wolves Robotics.
Making our way to the Blue Alliance, we have 84-23.
Next Express.
And 8300.
Titan Robotics.
And let's hear it for 65-56.
That's Spartan Robotics.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And our engines are started. We're seeing some movement already. All of our robots are getting some movement in here. It looks like Blue Alliance has found some points of their own. All right, that is a point for both teams in the autonomous period. They have successfully scored game pieces, but there's a couple more conditions to that ranking point. All right, and who is going to be the first robots to make some noise here in Teleop? It looks like 8300 wanted to be that one, but unfortunately the positioning was just barely off. A little bit more kiting, and maybe they'll have that next time. 106-29 is coming across, get in the way of the Blue Alliance. We'll see who can dodge their way around them, or perhaps bulldoze their way through, like Spartan Robotics tries to do, but 8300 finds their way around. And on the red side of the field, we're seeing 85-19 trying to make some waves here, scoring onto level 2 of the reef. We're going to see how many points they can get in total there. There were a fair number of corals scored on the red side of the reef. 88-95 is putting in all the corals that they can into that trough level, and 85-19 is finding them onto the second level of the reef. We'll see how many points they can get with that strategy. They currently are in the lead by about 10 points with 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this match. 8300 has unfortunately gotten high-centered on some algae. We'll see if their alliance partners can help them right that, or if they'll play on their own. Meanwhile, 65-56 is at the human player station trying to collect up corals for themselves so they can score onto the reef. It looks like 84-23 is trying to clear up some algae. We're going to see what their strategy is here. They've come in contact with their alliance partners, and they're freed. We're going to see what that results in the match here. The Blue Alliance is down a couple points, but there's no reason to think they can't come back here. 106-29 is playing some strong zone defense, blocking off that human player station. Meanwhile, 65-56 is trying to score a coral. We'll see if they can get it on the third branch they're aiming at. 84-23, it looks like is going for an early climb. But right now, that's the depth charge. It's time for endgame. We'll see who can get the points they're looking for here to close out this match. On the red side of the field, you may not see it if you look at the top half, but the bottom half of this reef is absolutely stacked up, and we got 5 seconds left in the match. Who all is going to get in the air to try to score some points or just park? All right, I think it's time to check out the scores. The Red Alliance is going to take that one. For our qualification match number 18, the Red Alliance is going to take it with 4 ranking points. The Blue Alliance will walk away with 2.
We're going to move things right along and meet our teams for match number 19. Starting us off, we've got 52-05.
The Full Metal Jackets.
We got 10-25.
The MP Warriors.
And 72-21.
Viking Robotics.
Coming on down to our Blue Alliance, we've got 830.
The Rat Pack.
And it's 42-16.
Blue Ops Robotics.
And let's make some noise for 10-23.
The Bedford Express.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off. These robots are going to be making their moves once again. We're seeing some robots leave that line and see wherever they can go next. We're seeing 1025 and 1023 are going to be working against each other, doing their best to try to captain their alliances to a victory. And now that we're in teleop, everyone's coming on into play. All of our drivers are on board. Who is going to be the ones to make the impact we're looking for here? Will they have the drive they need? And that first shot by 1025 is not quite what we're looking for, but they have all of the speed and power they need to get back into this. I know they can. On the other side of the field, we have the Blue Alliance with 4216 looking at a coral on the third rung, or perhaps remove the algae first and then looking to score the coral in their possession. They're calling that a super cycle. 1023 puts up a coral of their own on L4. We'll see how many more they can get before 5205 starts playing some serious defense here, trying to disrupt the Blue Alliance's cycles. 1025 going in for one more on L4 right near their human player station, keeping that cycle short so they can get as many game pieces as they can onto the reef. And just like that, one more scored by 1025, the MP Warriors out of Ferndale. 72-21 is holding down the zone, trying to stop anybody from getting on in there. We'll see how good they can do at protecting their teammates. 1025 was put up yet another coral in this match. Meanwhile, over here, we're seeing 1023. That's the Bedford Express trying to remove an algae, perhaps to score some coral of their own as they have in their possession. They're looking to put it on level 3 of the reef, facing me actually. And 830 at the human player station looking for a coral. They're going to grab that. And once they do, it's going to go on the reef. We have 40 seconds left. It's 60-50 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. This is a close one. We're seeing 1025 once again has gone for level 4 on the reef, opting just to get the maximum points, not really going for that ranking point. We're going to see if they can complete the level 4 of the reef before the time runs out. We're at 22 seconds left. It's going to go down to the wire here. What moves is the Blue Alliance going to make? We're seeing the Rat Pack, 830, going over to the climb. We're going to see if they can get off the ground, going for the deep cage right here. Right in front, we got 1025 in the air with a quick climb right there. However, 5205, looking like at the park, everyone else. Drivers, the lights are green. Let's clean up the reef. All right, let's see the scores. A qual 19. And that's going to be a victory for the Blue Alliance, taking it 97-75 with 4 ranking points to 1.
This next match should be an exciting one. We have 3 teams currently in our top 8 playing in match 20. On the Red Alliance, we've got 76-56.
The MC Hammers.
And we got 56-76.
It's the Heroes.
And we've got 107-05.
From Will Carlton Academy.
Gonna sneak on down to our Blue Alliance where we got 36-68.
It's the Trobots.
We got 29-60.
Automation Nation.
And 83-74.
That's the Bongo Bots.
We've got the thumbs up drivers behind the lines.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
We've got the thumbs up drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go. Kidding, just kidding. I'm gonna get fired for this. In this house, we go green.
And we are off. All right, we're seeing some action by these robots. That's one scored by the Blue Alliance. And we're going to see another one right here by 3668. An attempt by 2960. The robot perfect, but not quite. Just barely too far away from the human player station. But we'll see what the Red Alliance can cook up for us in this match. Try to score some points of their own. Looks like 7656 has gone over to the human player station. Now they realize they already have the game piece and they're going over to the reef to try to score. We'll see how many points they can put up. Meanwhile, 3668 has put up 2, make that 3 corals of their own. The Trobots are absolutely powering through here. We're going to see just how many points they can score this match. 2960 trying to get a coral into their end effector. It looks like they got it in there now. They're getting ready to score. They're lined up for level 3 on the human player face. That one's going to go on in. 7656 takes an attempt. That's a shot and a miss. 7676 removes an algae from the red side of the reef. We're going to see what they can get going here. Both red robots go to their human player station. We're going to see if they can score onto the level 4 of the reef. It looks like they're both looking for that in sync. Perhaps they're trying to time it up. Oh, and then we see on the blue side of the field, we see 2960 and 3668. That's the Trobots with the robot Sploosh going for some scores in tandem. Meanwhile, their third partner having a little bit of technical difficulties. We're going to see what happens here on the red side of the field as they're trying to score some points. 7656 utilizing that rule, saying you can have one of each game piece in your robot. Removes an algae as they score a coral and grabs one more out of the human player station. We're going to see what else they can get done. 2960 zooming across the field with one more coral in their collection. Drops it off in the trough. That is worth 2 points right there. 7656 once again at the human player station, while 5676 is already at the reef. They're both going to try scoring on there. We have 30 seconds left in this match. We're going to see what all they have in store for us before we go into the end game. Let's focus on center stage right there, underneath the barge. Who is going to get up in the air? We see 2960s lined up, 7656, 5676, both trying to get in there, back-to-back numbers. 3668's looking to try to get onto that cage, but that cage is twisted. Can they get on there? There's algae in the way. We got 5 seconds left in the match. Who's going to end up in the air? Looks like 7656. Who else? Who else? We're going to see. All right, let's check out the scores of this match, number 28. And that's looking like a win for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance had a D418 penalty against them. The Red Alliance takes that with 5 ranking points. Blue Alliance scored with 1 ranking point.
All right, we're getting ready for match number 21. Let's meet our teams starting with 72-89.
That's going to be the Blue Eagles.
Joining them, we've got 26-11.
The home team, the Decktown Victors.
And let's hear it for 503.
That's Frog Force.
Coming on down to our Blue Alliance, we've got 55-59.
The Gear Grinders.
And our hometown heroes, 75-01.
The Golden Gears.
And let's make some noise for 45-68.
That's Robot Commander.
We'll be getting this match started in just a moment, but our field crew is making sure that Coral Station is ready to go for this match. Can we get a huge round of applause for all of our amazing volunteers? They put in so much time and effort. We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and that's our robots off the lines as well. We're seeing all 6 of them getting ready and in gear. We're going to see who can put up all the points today. We got a little bit of some geometry going on by the Jacktown Vectors. That's a triangle, all 3 points. Okay, what can we see here? Quickly removes the algae, 2611, 503, getting ready with the coral, presumably going for the 4th floor. They're starting on the 2nd level of the reef, it's looking like. they might be having some technical difficulties there. We're seeing 55, 59, looking around, trying to find what do they want to do this match. It looks like they're heading across to play some defense, trying to interrupt red cycles. We'll see what they can do to stop them from collecting corals, as after all, the reef area is a protected zone. 7501 over here is there grabbing corals from their human player station. We'll see how many they can grab and how many they can place onto this reef. 4568 with an algae possibly in the way of where they're trying to score. It looks like they're looking for a level 3 spot to place this coral currently in their robot. We'll see where they can find to put that down on the reef. We got 2611 once again trying to get to that human player station. Slides in right as they notice 5559 selected a different robot to play defense on. 7289 looking to collect some coral out of this human player station. We'll see if they can get things in the right spot. 2611 gets that priority service. There it is, a coral in their robot, and they're heading straight to the reef, trying to put points on board. The Red Alliance up nearly 20 points right now, 60-some to 40-some. 503's collected an algae, perhaps going for the cooperation point, trying to tuck them into the processor. That's the third one they've hauled there, showing off their capabilities with their algae end effector, which will work in a different manner than the coral does using their elevator. 7501 once again at that human player station, collecting coral, trying to fill up that full 4th floor of the reef. We'll see if they can get there. We have 30 seconds left in the match. The clock is ticking down now. Their alliance partner, 4568, once again at the human player station, trying to collect some coral, see what they can do to help out their team. That's the depth charge right here. We have 20 seconds left in the match. Make that about 15 now, as we see 503 is the first to attempt to climb. We'll see if they can get off the ground or if they're just going to have to settle for a park with their alliance partners, 2611 and 7289, looking to do the same. Let's see our scores for Qual 21. And this game's going to go to the Red Alliance. Let's see where the other ranking points ended up. Going to be one more apiece. Both the autonomous ranking points for crossing the line, well, leaving the line, and getting at least one game piece on the reef between all three robots.
Let's go ahead and meet our teams for this next match. Starting us off, we have 85-22.
Out of Springport High School.
We got 106-65.
That's you, Buttocks.
And they're on the prowl. We got 6591.
That's Panther-powered robotics.
Coming on down to our blue alliance, we have 8519.
That's the Iron Eagles.
They're powered by Dragonfire. It's 302.
The Dragons.
And let's make some noise for 9183.
The Robo Comets.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off. We're going to see who is going to make these moves in autonomous. The Dragons are going to strike first, taking their way onto 2 corals on the top rungs, capitalizing their mark. Are they going to go for a third? Do they have time? That looks like they just barely won't make it on in autonomous. However, that is 3 coral already up there on level 4 for the Blue Alliance. We'll see what the Red Alliance can do about that. With 8522 looking to make their first move for the Red Alliance, placing one expertly onto the top rung of the reef. That's level 4, worth 5 points in Teleop. See how many more they can get just now. They're in position to extend up to get on level 4 again. But in the meantime, the Blue Alliance has been duking it out, trying to assert some dominance right there. That is an amazing play by the Dragons, dropping off one more onto the reef. Meanwhile, the Robo Comets are darting back and forth, orbiting around the reef and back to the human player station. We'll see how many they can score on this reef just now. In the trough is where their expertise is, and that's where they're staying. Meanwhile, we have our team 6591 picking up some defense, trying to shut down one of those human player stations on the blue side of the field, keeping them stuck to have to compete for space with a lot less availability. Meanwhile, 8522's been back to their open human players here. They've been able to put up 4 corals on the top rung of the reef. We'll see how many more they can get in the last minute of play here. It looks like they're going for one more right now. That'll make 5 for them thus far this match. 106.65's moving around. They're trying to put another coral into the trough of the reef. They've put up quite a few, and they're only looking to do more. The Dragons go for a lob shot into the barge with some algae, but looks like they're going back to their human player station, looking to go back to that coral that they've had so much success with. We're going to see how many more they can get up on that top level of their reef. Looks like they're going for an angle right now. We're going to see if they have that precision that they need to add to their horde. 8522 closed up all of level 4 near their human player station. Has to go for some longer cycles now. But that's the depth charge. We're in the end game now. We're going to see what robots can get off the ground or if all of these cages, which are currently at a shallow height, if any of them are going to get used. All right, 85-22 going for one more score in level 4 as the match is dwindling down with 2-1 and time. All right, and let's get our match scores for Qual 22. All right, that's some blue fish. Blue Alliance is going to claim that match 94-71 with 4 ranking points.
All right, we're getting ready for match number 23 here at the Jackson at Columbia District event. On our Consumers Energy field, we've got 10-25.
The MP Warriors.
Driving Willie, it's 71-97.
The Mountie Megabot.
And it's 106-29.
That's the Fighting Bees Robotics team.
Making our way down to the Blue Alliance, we have 65-56.
Spartan Robotics.
And 97-03.
The Q-Bots.
And it's 8-30.
The Rat Pack.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and once again, we are off into the autonomous period. These robots are moving all on their own without additional human power. You're gonna see who's gonna put up all the points right here. We got some extra action coming out from 1025. That's going to be the autonomous. Now we're into teleop. We'll see what's going to be the next move made here. We're seeing the MP Warriors line up for some level 4 action on the far side of the reef. Meanwhile, 7197 is looking to score wherever they can on the close side of the reef, matching them, putting up so many level 4 corals in such a quick succession. These two robots are working in great tandem, and their alliance partners now headed over to play some defense as we follow them to the blue side of the field to see what's happening. The Rat Pack has a coral stuck in the robot. They're trying to do everything they can to dislodge it. We'll see what strategy they come up with while their alliance partners are trying to collect some coral from the human player station and get it into that trough of the reef while they have to navigate the field obstacles of algae. On the red side of the field, back once again, we're looking at 1025 trying to collect from the human player station with their snappy funnel assisted with some green roller wheels. What all can they do? We see 830 has come over here to play some defense to try to zone out either of these red robots from one of the two human player stations, forcing them to sync up better to try to avoid causing a traffic jam. 1025 once again smacking some coral onto the third level of the reef. 830 is trying to cause some congestion, but these robots are automated and they have everything they need. They are the next generation. What are we going to see here? 7197 right here, putting some on level 2 of the reef. 1025 is going to match level 3 of the reef. They're looking to cross over 100 points here on the red side of the field. Meanwhile, 9703 committed to the bit is putting in more coral into that trough, trying to score as many as they can before time runs out here. We're at almost 20 seconds left in the match. We'll be hearing that depth charge soon. All right, and now we are into the end game. We have some debris on the field, but we got to get in the air however we can. Perhaps we're going for some park points. Maybe we're going for more coral. We're going to see what the gameplay is here in the last 2 seconds of the match. Can they get off the ground? All right, I think it's time for some scores. And the result of that match is going to be the Red Alliance coming out on top. We're seeing the Red Alliance succeed with 4 ranking points.
All right, we're getting ready for match number 24. Let's meet our teams, starting with 2960.
Automation Nation.
In the middle, it's 9312.
Nerd Spark.
And we've got 5676.
Gonna be the heroes of today.
Gotta sneak under the barge to our blue alliance, where we have 10705.
Will Carlton Academy.
And we got 5144.
LISD Technician.
And we've got 8300.
Titan Robotics.
We've got the thumbs up drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're off. We're going to see what these robots can do to try to get some points on the board. 9312 Nerd Spark put one in the trough. Almost gets that one to put it on level 4. On the blue side of the field, they're all across the line, and there's one successfully on level 4, put up there by 8300. Who's going to be scoring next on this field? We are about to find out. 8,300 at the human player station to the reef. We'll see where on the reef they go for it. Looking like level 4 is what they're trying to score in. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, 5144, scoring level 4 on the opposite side of the reef of them. They're working nicely together, avoiding each other excellently. On the red side of the field, we're seeing 5676 plop one up there on the 4th level of the reef as 2960 removes some algae and then gets ready to take in some from their human player trying to get a coral into their robot. 9312 Nerd Spark once again goes for a coral onto the level 4. They're going to go back to that human player station and try to take another chance at getting this going. We'll see if they can get a coral into their robot. It's looking like they're having some difficulties, but 5676 is going to do the best they can to help out their alliance and score all of the points that they can. Meanwhile, 2960 slides expertly in between the other two robots, tries to place one on the 3rd level of the reef. We'll see what they got going on over here on the Blue Alliance with a narrow 2-point deficit. We'll see if they can try to get back into this game and come out on top in the end with the last 50-some seconds in this match. 5144 at the human player station, 8,300 at the reef. We're going to see who's going to be able to score next. 8,300 aiming for level 4, can't quite get it, but 5144 finds it for the Blue Alliance. We're going to see 8,300 pops one on there. All right, they're both taking turns at the human player station, trying to come back and get more on there with 30 seconds left. This match is as close as ever, quite literally tied. Nerd Spark once again at the human player station, looking to score onto that reef. 2960 is getting lined up. They're going for a climb right here at 20 seconds. We're going to see if they can get that climber gripped onto the cage. It looks like they found it, and they're in the air. We'll see what 5676 can do as well. They got that donut climb. 107.05. It looks like they're parked. 5144 is going for a climb of their own. With 5 seconds left in the match. Who's going to get there? Who's just going to park? It's looking good. All right, drivers, it's your turn to go onto the field and clean up those robots. Let's check those scores. It's a close one. All right, and that's the Blue Alliance coming out on top. We'll see where the ranking points fall. That's going to be 4 for the blue, 1 for the red in the ranking points.
All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for this next match. Starting us off on red, we have 75-97.
Team horse-powered.
In the middle, it's 10-23.
It's the Bedford Express.
And let's make some noise for 36-68.
That's the Trobots.
Coming on down to our blue alliance, we have 5-48.
The Robosangs.
Joining them, it's 83-74.
Drum roll, please. The Bongo Bots.
And let's make some noise for 42-16.
Blue Ops Robotics.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we are off. All of our robots getting moving once again, trying to score everything they can. It looks like we got a little bit of collision on the blue side of the field, but there's still a point scored up there on the fourth rung of the reef. And we're in the human control, the driver control action now, the teleoperated period. We'll see who's going to be putting up all the points for these teams here. As we see teams 42-16 looking to navigate that reef, trying to get some control over those algae and coral. 75-97 making their way around, trying to get some coral into that trough, which they succeed at. That's the second one in that section. Their alliance partners both reaching up for the fourth level. They score in tandem 10-23 and 36-68, making for a terrifying pair. All right, 10-23 puts up another one as 36-68 took a break to score some algae. They're trying to find every opportunity they can to put up more points. That's another one in the trots for them. We're seeing 10-23's human player with excellent form, smashing those algae onto the field, or the coral onto the field, as far as they can, shortening those cycle times wherever possible. 10-23 as well, got another coral in them. They're going back up to that reef, trying to score more coral to get them as many points as they can, and it's doing them great dividends if you check the scoreboard. 42-16 put up one of their own on level 3 of that reef. We're going to see how many more they can get. 83-74 is trying to remove an algae from the reef. We're going to see if they can succeed. And if they do, then they'll be able to unlock more scoring locations for them on that reef at levels 2 and 3. 42-16 is looking at some more scores right here, looking like a level 3 opportunity on that reef. They're going to try seconds left in this match. 10-23, taking a little bit of a second to aim that coral, but they get that on the reef at rung 3, just like what they're looking for. We'll see what else they can do. But now that coral's stuck in their robot. We'll see if they can get it out of their robot. It's going to be ever so important if they want to continue playing this game and keep this lead they've built up. The Robosangs with Cronus are moving for a climb in the last 20 seconds of the match here. We'll see if they can get off the ground to try to secure that ranking point. And it looks like they're going to clear pretty handsomely. 36-68 and 75-97 are going to go for it with 5 seconds left in the match. We'll see what all they can get. While their partner, 10-23, goes for more coral. And the field is clear. Drivers, please clean up your reef. All right, I think it's time to check out the scores. All right, it's official. That's a victory for the Red Alliance. They're going to be taking that game with 4 ranking points. That's the 3 for winning and 1 for autonomous. Blue will secure that as well. Correction, Blue got it for climbing.
We're going to keep things moving right along with match number 26 here on the Consumers Energy Foundation field. Let's meet our teams, starting with 52-34.
The Marauder Bots.
And we got 72-21.
Viking Robotics.
And 92-10.
That's the Fighting Falcons.
Making our way over to our Blue Alliance. Can't touch them. It's 76-56.
The MC Hammers.
And we got 88-95.
Red Wolves Robotics.
And let's round out this Blue Alliance with 36-56.
The Dexter Dreadbots.
Okay, Dreadbots, philosophical question. Oh, I'm sorry, later. We got our thumbs up drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and these robots are off. You recognize that iconic trumpet. First to fry coral, going to be the Dexter Dreadbots, putting up 1 on level 4 of their reef. All right, well, you know, not every egg lands in the pan. All right, but that one's back into the robot from the human feeder station, and their partners 76-56 going to the other one. They're sharing 72-21, immediately electing to play some defense. Let's see what's happening on the red side of the field. 92-10 grabbed one straight from the human player station. They're getting ready to pour it onto that level 2 rung of their reef. Excellent adaptation We're seeing 52-34 looking to grab some algae to store into the processor. Human player over there making them shots as well. What do we see over here? 36-56 pushing their way, getting their access to the stove, trying to get some more coral onto that reef. We'll see what they have cooking up for us. 88-95 manipulating their way around, trying to find an open spot in the trough to store on, while 76-56 takes turns at the human player station there. They're launching them onto the reef right there into level 4. Does not quite pan out for them. However, the Red Alliance 52-34 is looking to score some algae into their processor, trying to get it out of the field and into the score. We'll see what they have up next. 92-10 looking to post one more coral onto level 2 of the reef. We'll see how many they can get on there. It's going to be tight right there. With 1 minute left in the match, we'll see how much action they can make happen here. Wow. We have on the blue side of the field, once again, 72-21, still playing harsh defense around that human player station. And we're seeing the Blue Alliance opting to score both algae needed toward that cooperation point into the processor. All right. And right here, we see 36-56 and their alliance partners competing for space by the reef, trying to get their way, score as many corals as they can onto it. 36-56 finds their way on, pushing it over, getting it over the lip of that branch. 36-56 going for one more into the level 4. And now we're seeing some lobs into the barge. And during the end game, we're going to see how many robots we can get off the ground. 52-34 already made it. Who is going to join them with 5 seconds left? Let's count down. 3, 2, 1, game. All right, let's see these scores. And that's going to be a victory for the Blue Alliance. Taking it 138 points. That's going to be 5 ranking points for them. That's projected the Dexter Dreadbots all the way up into first place.
All right, we're going to go ahead and meet our teams for match number 27. Starting us off on red, we have 84-23.
And Next Express.
And we got 92-39.
That's going to be Panther Robotic.
And we've got 85-19.
The Iron Eagles.
Coming on down to our blue alliance, we've got 52-05.
Full Metal Jackets.
And 55-59.
That's the Gear Grinders.
And we got 52-25.
The Shambots.
All right, we've got the thumbs up drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are off. Let's see what sort of action we are going to be seeing here today. Robots starting off quietly. Going to ramp up in no time. It's 55-59 making the first move, pouring that coral into the trough. All right. Let's see what the Red Alliance has in store for us. That's one on level 2, one of the trot. That's an algae removed already as well. We're going to see how much more they can do as we see a blue Alliance robot, the Shambot, 52-25, blitzing across the field, making all sorts of a ruckus. We'll see what they have in store for us, trying to cause as many troubles as they can for the Red Alliance. 84-23 pulls up to the human player station, collects the coral, and heads straight on back to that reef completely uninhibited. And they are doing everything they can to show off their abilities. And 55-59 on the blue side of the field, collecting at the human player chute. They're going to be grabbing the coral, and they're going to try to get that out of their robot now, which they successfully do thanks to their Lexan protector over the electronics. Excellent choice by them to build that. We're going to see what else is in store now. The Blue Alliance opted for 1 on defense, and one main cycler over here. We'll see what else they can do in this match. We have our two 8,000 teams over here working together the best they can, one on each human player station, trying to not get in the way of each other to keep up as many scores as they can on the red side of the field here, trying to push that number as high as possible. With 50 seconds left in the match, we'll see what all they can do to try to set a high score here. 85-19, trying to aim their way to get that coral into the trothel. 84-23, right next to them wants to score on level 3. They're going to have to share. We'll see what they can do. On the blue side of the field, 52-25, nearly high centers on an algae, but they get themselves back on the ground. We're going to see what else they can get. 55-59, puts one more into that trough, trying to get that score as high as possible. They've placed nearly double-digit number of corals, but that is the depth charge, which puts us into the end game. We're going to see what robots can get off the sea floor here and into the atmosphere. All right, 84-23 is the first one to make the move to try to climb. We're going to see some parks coming out. What else are we going to get? All right, those green lights mean the field is clear. Let's look at those scores. And the Red Alliance takes the victory. Additionally, they earn the climbing ranking point or the barge ranking point due to a penalty.
All right, we're going to get started on match number 28. Let's go ahead and meet our teams, starting with the Red Alliance, 65-56.
That's Spartan Robotics.
And we got 106-65.
That's you Robotics.
And let's round it out with 10-25.
The MP Warriors.
On the Blue Alliance, we have 75-01.
That's the Golden Gears.
and 56-76.
The Heroes.
Let's round out this match with 85-22.
That's Springport High School. All right, there has been an update to qualification number 26. Both alliances have earned the cooperation ranking point by scoring 2 algae into the processors.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off. This is the autonomous period. These robots are all moving on their own. That's 2 attempts to score by the Blue Alliance. One of them is going to succeed. That's all they need. And that's the score for the Red Alliance as well. This is good news for them trying to score those ranking points. We're going to see who's going to show up next in the teleoperated period now that the drivers are in control. 1025, that's the Impy Warriors. They're going to be putting up some points with a coral of their own on level 4, and then another on the far side. 8522 took a stab at a coral of their own, and now 5676 does as well on the Blue Alliance. 7501's trying to remove an algae. We'll see what they can do. Meanwhile, 1025's put another coral on the far side of the reef. We're going to see how many points they can put up there, while their alliance partner, 10665, plays some defense on the Blue Alliance. 1025's committed, just trying out to fill the upper level of the reef. That's level 4. They're worth the most points up there. That's 5 points. We'll see just how many they can get. They're down 10 points now. We'll see if they can close that gap by the end of the match. 10665 is focusing on playing defense, trying to block off that human player station that 5676 just grabbed the game piece out of. We'll see how good of a job they can do in the future. 8522 got their own coral from the human player station on the opposite side. We'll see where they can get that on the reef. It's looking like that's going to be a level 3 target, which they successfully get onto the reef. 1025s switch sides right here, trying to get the shortest cycle time they can as they're filling up the last 3 branches of the level 4 reef. That's 1 more coral into the robot. They're flipping it around, seeing what they can do to show off their chest. What do we have here going on? 8522 collecting 1 more coral. It's a little precarious, but it looks like it's good. 5676 going to the same human player, trying to get more coral, recognizing that 10665 shut down the one side, but the other side is still open. That's due to the nature of the game. 1025 completed the top level of the reef all on their own just before the depth charge pinged, and now they're going to go for the climbing ranking point here with their partner. And they get in the air, plus that park right there. That's going to be the 14 points they need if they can get it off. 7501 looks like they're in the air. 10-10-25 match. We're going to see. We're going to see. Let's get those scores on display. And the winner of this qualification match is going to be the Blue Alliance, taking 91-72 and bring with it 5 ranking points. The Red Alliance will get away with 1 of their own.
All right. Jackson at Columbia, I want you to give a huge warm welcome to a special guest who's here with us. U.S. Representative Tim Walberg. Let's hear him make some noise. All right, we're going to welcome Representative Wahlberg to the field.
Well, I tell you what, this is an exciting place to be. I'll just break in and say I'm Congressman Tim Wahlberg. I represent Michigan's great 5th District, which goes from Lake Michigan to Lake Erie. I'm excited to see this for a number of reasons. One, I chair the Education and Workforce Committee in the U.S. House of Representatives. So this is a key issue, looking at STEM and seeing how not only it can be used to develop the future leaders in our economy, building things, engineering, the math, sciences, IT, all of the rest, but have people that can do things that I could never think of doing. We also deal with college athletics, NIL. I think there's going to be a time really soon when there'll be NIL contracts for robotic sports participants from what the excitement I see here today. What excites me as well is to see how it's growing. The last time I was at a competition like this, there weren't 40 teams. But more importantly, I am now hearing that there are multiple teams developing per school because there's so many people with interest in doing it. So I tell you what, parents, teachers, supporters, thank you for what you're doing in encouraging our students to involve them in something that will make a difference in the world to come. Thank you, all the best, and let me get out of this ring before you start your engines, okay?
And thank you, Representative, for all you've done for STEM education. Let's get ready for this next match. We're going to meet our teams really quickly. On the red side, we have 83-74.
The Bongo Bots.
And we've got 302.
The Dragons.
And let's round out red with 65-91.
Panther-powered robotics.
Coming on down to our blue alliance, one of our hometown heroes, 26-11.
The Jacktown Victors.
And 93-12.
Nerdspark.
And rookie sensation 106-29.
Bath High School, the Fighting Bees.
All right, folks, we've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's see how far we're going to go today. We're looking at one up by 26-11, matched by 302. Will they go Coral for Coral? It looks like 302's pulled into the lead here. Can either of them finish that auto? That's a full 3 coral routine attempted by 26-11. 302 finishes it off in teleop with their 3rd coral on level 4. This is heating up already, barely 10 seconds into this match. The Dragons, 302, back at that human player station, getting ready to grab yet another coral, try to put it on that reef. 83-74, trying to make some space on the reef to place the coral that they have in their possession. 302 takes the coral off of the ground and is bringing it into the barge directly. We're going to see if they can get this one in. They successfully score that. That's going to be big. Over here on the blue side of the field, there's already 4 corals up on level 4. 93-12 is going for another. That's 5 already. We're going to see how many they can get. 26-11, one loaded up with their own effortless cycle. Amazing time right there. They are going like lightning, the fastest they can. They know their angles. 65-91's trying to play some defense over here on the blue side of the field, but these robots are dashing around excellently. I don't know what can be done to slow down 26-11's pace. 106-29's come over here to play some defense to try to keep the Dragons stuck at this human player station and prevent them from getting to the reef. Meanwhile, 83-74, they're in timeout. 302 lined up at that reef. 106-29's defense is showing true strength right now, boxing out 302 and perhaps keeping them off their toes. 26-11 once again aiming for that level 4 portion of the reef with their partners. 93-12 going for the closer ones to that human player station. There's 30 seconds left in this match, and the Blue Lions beginning to get a bit of a lead. We'll see what 302 can try to do to close that gap. There's 20 seconds left in this match. We're going to see what robots are going to ascend. 26-11 bops in just one algae into the processor. We'll see what they're going to go for next. We see 93-12 going for a coral up top. They're just looking for points in this match, it looks like. 106-29 has parked. All right, the lights are green. Let's go clean up this field.
All right, let's take a look at those scores.
All right, and just like that, the Blue Alliance takes the lead.
All right, we are getting ready for match number 30 here on the Consumers Energy Field. This is going to mark the halfway point for qualifications day 1. Let's meet our teams, starting with 2960.
Automation Nation.
And we got 8300.
Titan Robotics.
And 9703.
It's the Qbot.
Coming on down to our Blue Alliance, we got 4216.
Blue Ops Robotics.
9210.
That's the Fighting Falcons.
And our number 1 seed, 3656.
The Dexter Dreadbots.
All right, we've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's see some action here. We're seeing all 6 robots take off on the Consumers Energy field. This is looking like a great start to this match. I think we're seeing both the Lions are going to be scoring that autonomous ranking point. Now it's turn for the drivers to take control. We're going to see what all they can put up and the scoring. 2960 is going to be the first here on the Red Alliance to make a move. Can they get it onto the 4th level of that reef? They're going to go straight back to that human player station. Meanwhile, their partners 9703 will go to their human player to both try to grab some more coral to score. 8300 and their alliance partners are putting more coral up there. Meanwhile, 9210 is going to find their first one onto the 2nd level of the reef, and 3656, the current favorite, puts more onto the 4th level of the reef. Going to see how many they can get up there. 2960 at their own human player. Can't quite get that coral in their robot. Looks like they're going to try it once again. See what they can do to score more coral. 3656 is showing off what they have by scoring more coral onto this reef. We're going to see what all they can do, consuming as many corals as they can, exerting all of their energy. 4216 here, trying to drop down one more coral onto that reef, really showing off everything they've got. All right, and 3656 showing that they can count on us when they need everything they need for their team. They're going to put up one more coral onto their reef. We're going to see what 9703 has for the Red Alliance. Right there, they've collected one more from the human player, and 2960 is looking to see what their next target is in this match. It looks like they're going for an early climb so they can really get up above the competition. 8300 right here is trying to find a coral to grab, but they can't score until they have one. 9703 is pumping one more into this reef, onto the trough there. 2960 looks like they're engaged and they're about to climb as the end game starts. 9210 is currently not moving. However, their alliance partners, 4216 and 3656, are looking to succeed in the end game here. 3656 is off the ground, and we'll see who is on the red side. It looks like 2960 is. We'll see. All right, let's see those scores. Qualification match. We're gonna have a Blue Alliance victory, 93-82.
All right. We're going to keep things rolling and meet our teams for match 31. Starting us off, we have 548
That's the Robo-Stings.
and 9239.
That's Panther Robotics.
Joining them is 5144.
LISD Technicians.
On our Blue Alliance, we got 830
The Rat Pack.
and 7221.
Viking Robotics.
Ready to take flight at 7289.
The Blue Eagles.
We've got the thumbs up here on the Consumers Energy Field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're off. Those robots are moving. All 6 of them are showing that they are fully powered. What's going to be next in this autonomous period? I think we're all just crossing the line and accomplishing our goals. All right, in this teleoperated period, it's time to put some energy into the competition. We're going to see what all we have here. 548, the Robo-Stangs popping one up into the level 4 with their alliance partner, 5144, working in tandem with them side by side, showing that anybody can count on them. We're going to see what we have next here. We have 72-21 trying to play some defense on this team of alliances right here. We have them guarding that human player station. Meanwhile, 830, the Rat Pack, they're locked in there trying to get that coral onto level 2 of the reef. Unfortunately, it rebounds on out while their alliance partners, 72-89, are at their human player station trying to get a coral of their own. We'll see what they can do. 548 right here, using their ground intake, keeping as many corals as on the ground as they can to shorten those cycle times and keep it at a 100% uptime. They're really putting up a grid right there. We're going to see what all they can do here. Keep this reef charged up. All right, and with our coral right into their robot, we'll see if they can orient that so they can grab it. It's looking a little difficult, but they might have what it takes. The Robo-Stangs get that coral out of their robot, so now they're back into the game. We're going to see what all they can do while the Blue Alliance is having a little bit of difficulties here, but it looks like 72-89 has gotten that coral in their possession, and they're ready to rumble. We're going to see what they can do and where they can put those corals. Look like it's going to go on level 2 of the reef here. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, the Rat Pack, are going to be working on the other side of the reef to accomplish a similar goal. The Robo-Stangs have gone for defense in the last 30 seconds of this match. They're just going to try to be in the way to perhaps prevent anything from the Blue Alliance. What are we going to see here out of 5144? Now that we've entered the end game, you hear that depth charge. It's time to bring up the energy. Well, who can we count on to climb here? All right, with a countdown on your 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's the game. And Consumers Energy Fuel.
All right. Before we get the scores for that match, we did have a little kerfuffle towards the end and had to disable robot 548 for launching a piece of coral outside the field.
All right, let's review. All right, let's review the results. And the Red Alliance is going to take it away. And the score is 69-32. That's going to be 4 ranking points to the Red Alliance.
This should be an exciting match. 3 of our teams are currently in the top 8. Let's meet them, starting with 76-56.
That's going to be the MC Hammers.
And they're ready to free Willy. It's 71-97.
The Mountie Megabots.
And let's make some noise for 52-25.
That's the Shambots.
We're coming on down to our Blue Alliance, where we have 10-23.
The Bedford Express.
And we've got 88-95.
Red Wolves Robotic.
And it's going to be a family affair. We got 84-23.
The Next Express.
All right, we've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're off. It's now time to play the autonomous period of the match. We see 71-97 take an attempt at the level 4, and the same as 10-23 on the blue side. Ooh, it's going to be a close one. We're going to have to see who ends up coming online first. We're going to have to see who's going to really know their own power. All right, 84-23 is making their way around the field and onto the algae as they get interrupted by some defense here by 52-25 slamming into the driver's station wall. 88-95 is making their way to score into the trough. 10-23 is making an attempt to remove some algae here on the red side of the Consumers Energy field here. We're seeing 76-56 going over to the human player station and 71-97 awaiting service. See who can get those corals onto that reef as fast as possible. Willie, the Mounting Megabots robot, is now placing one onto level 4 of the reef. We're going to see what 76-56 can do as well. It looks like they're going to be going back to the human player station after they dislodge that coral from their robot. 71-97's making another move. They get another one onto level 4 of the reef. They're going to fill up that entire crown. We're going to see how much they can do there. Meanwhile, 88-95 dumps one more coral there straight into the trough, while 84-23 stacks another one straight out of the human player station. We're going to see how many the Blue Alliance can get onto their reef. 10-23's grabbed another one off the ground, utilizing that ground intake to get more coral without going all the way to the human player station. That one goes on to level 3 of the reef. It's going to help the Blue Alliance secure their 21 lead currently with 45 seconds left in this match. We're seeing 71-97 go at it again. They're looking at level 4 on this reef on the driver station side, and that's going to complete it with one more left to complete the top level of the reef for the Red Alliance. These two robots are working great, while their third Alliance member is playing some excellent defense on the blue side of the field. We're at 20-some seconds left. 71-97 has completed the top level of the reef, and that's the end game. You can hear that ultimate death charge right there. It is time to get up off the ground. We will see who can succeed in these deep climbs here if we can get all these robots off the ground. 76-56 is the first to make the attempt, and with 2 seconds left, they might be the only. Let's look at the results of qualification 32. The Blue Alliance is going to take that with 5 ranking points, both for autonomous and for endgame.
All right, we're getting ready for match 33 here on the Consumers Energy Foundation field. We're going to meet our Red Alliance starting with 91-83.
That's Robo Comet.
Currently ranked number 8, we got 107.05.
Will Carlton Academy.
And 75-97.
Team Horsepowered.
Coming on down to our Blue Alliance, we have 45-68.
Robot Commander.
And 52-05.
Full Metal Jackets.
And we're going to round out this match with 52-34.
The Marauder Bots.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's see some action. We got all of our robots starting off of that starting line. We're going to see who's going to be able to get those corals in there to get that ranking point. And it looks like it's going to be the Blue Alliance. We'll see what else happens here in the teleoperated period here. All right, 91-83. Already loaded up with a coral. We're going to see where they're going to score it. Looks like it's going to be the trough for them. We're going to see what the rest of the robots are going to be able to do today. We're seeing 91-83 went straight to that human player, and then they're bouncing right on back. That's one, now 2 coral in the trough for them. They're going for a third already with almost 2 minutes left still in this match. 107.05 is playing some defense. They've selected the one human player station to try to defend, while the Blue Alliance robots are assessing the other human player station, trying to figure out how to get the coral out from it. 91-83, they're making their move for their 4th game piece of the match already. We'll see how many more they can get in this reef. They're really making a message. They're communicating to their teammates. They can count on us. 75-97, trying to make some moves of their own. Ends up with a coral inside their robot. We'll see if they can correct that. Well, 91-83, gone for yet another coral, trying to score their 5th one of this match already. We're seeing 52-34 has put an algae into the processor. It's their 2nd one of this match already. We got a little over a minute left. We have 52-34 trying to champion their alliance and guide them to victory. We're seeing 107.05 has chosen to change where they're playing defense to block the processor, knowing that 52-34 is trying to score algae. Now we're seeing 91-83 going back and forth between that human player station and the reef, trying to cover all sides of the trough with those corals everywhere they can, scoring whatever points are possible. Each one of those corals can be worth 2 points each, and it's going to add up. 107.05 has now been blocking that processor for a hot bit. They've managed to let 3 algae through, though. We're seeing 52-34. They're going to go for a hang right there with that ping. That is the depth charge. That means it is now the end game here on Consumers Energy Field here at the Jackson tournament. 52-34 looks like they're in the air, and we got 5 seconds left. We'll see if they can keep that hang time. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance is all making their way.
All right, let's look at those scores. The Red Alliance is going to take the win, 47-35. They take home 3 ranking points for their efforts. Blue Alliance doesn't go home empty-handed. They get 1 ranking point in that match. All right, we are going to go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match number 34. On the Red Alliance, we got 4216 Blue Ops Robotics. Joining them, we have 10665 U Robotics. And currently ranked number 5, it's 3668. That's the Trobots. Coming on down to the Blue Alliance, we got 3656.
The Dexter Dreadbots.
And who are we?
It's Frog Force.
And let's hear it for 6556.
Spartan Robotics.
We've got our thumbs up drivers behind the. Just kidding. I'm going to blame Soren for that one. All right. Thumbs up drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're off our autonomous period. We got movement on all 6 robots. We'll see if they can all leave the line. That looks like that's going to be a ranking point for Red, and they're going for an extra one. Are they going to have time for a third? I think time's going to run out. All right, then. It's time for teleop. These drivers are going to be controlling the robots from here on out. Every decision they make, you know, a driver made on their own. 3668, removing 1 algae, removing 2 algae. We'll see how many more they can remove before the end of the game. 4216 here has found a spot. They're making way for their alliance. They're showing some great teamwork right here. Being a respectful and responsible alliance partner here. We're seeing 3656 going for yet another coral on the top level of that reef. It looks like there are 4 to their name. We'll see what Frog Force can do for a little bit of credit of their own. They're navigating their way around, trying to manage those algae to get them into their processor. Meanwhile, 4216 at the human player station collected yet another coral, and they're darting back to the reef here, showing everybody what this game is all about. Their alliance partner over here, 3668, has grabbed 1 more coral immediately out of that human player station. One of the fastest pickups I've seen this whole event as they continue to move their way around the field. 503 is playing some dedicated defense, showing them that they're a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, we are seeing the Dexter Dreadbots try to pepper up the top level of the reef, filling that crown with coral, showing everyone that they can count on them. 1 more coral back and forth. Look at this cycle right here. In fact, they're playing a little bit of a single-player game, perhaps a reef cycle rush. We'll see how much they can do here. 3668, though, they're working for yet another on the top level of the reef here. How many more can they get before the 20-second timer hits and it's time to go climb? We'll see. We'll see. Right here, the Red Alliance in position. We'll see if they can get that ranking point. Meanwhile, 3656 is pulling up as well. They're determined not to be the last one spoiled. Oh, it looks like they're in the air. Is that a double climb? We'll have to see. All right, let's see what the score ends up being on this match. Qualification 34. It says victory for the Blue Alliance. They're going to take that with 4 ranking points to 2, a victory for the Blue Alliance on the Consumers Energy field.
All right, let's get things rolling for match number 35 here on the Consumers Energy Foundation field. Let's make some noise for 8374.
The Bungo Bot.
Joining them, we have 9703
The Q-Bot.
and 5144.
Rounding out the alliance, the LISD Technicians.
Coming on down to our Blue Alliance, we have 9210.
The Fighting Falcons.
And joining them, 9239.
Panther Robotics.
And let's make some noise for 8300.
Titan Robotics.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's see what's going to happen here on this autonomous period here. It looks like we're seeing some movement here on the Blue Alliance and on the Red Alliance. Do we have any coral scored? I'm seeing a coral scored here by 8,300. What's going to be next here on the field? The Red Alliance, 5144, grabbing one coral right there out of the human player chute. We'll see where they can score that on the reef. It's looking like the 4th floor right there, the top rung of the reef. All right, they're grabbing there. Once again, one more here out of the human player station, 8,300. Top one out there on top. This is looking good for them. They get another one on the 4th floor, and they're right there back at that human player station, right where they need to be to get more coral so they can score even more points and try to build up a little bit of a lead. We're seeing 9703 navigate their way around the field, trying to find some coral, probably from the human player station, like right there. This is looking good for them. They're going to be able to score that into the trough. 5144, one more coral in their possession. They're going to be going right there up to L4, try to get the maximum number of points out of that. 8374 is going to need to find another coral that hopefully can keep in their possession so they can get all the way to the reef to score it. But on the Blue Alliance side of the field, we're looking at 8,300. They're getting all the way around this reef, trying to score on the level 4 wherever they can. That's one more coral for them, trying to complete that top row to see if they can get a full crown today. 9210 has one more coral in their position. Their modified robot, we'll see if they can get another one onto L2 of the reef right here. It looks like they're just about in position. As 8374 is starting to play some defense with their robot, flexing their weight, doing everything they can to disrupt the Blue Alliance. With less than 40 seconds left in the match right now, the Blue Alliance has a narrow lead, but it's going to come down to the end game before we know who walks away with a win here or what other ranking points will be earned. 9703 is back here at the human player station, and their alliance partners are scoring on level 4 of the reef. That's 5144. They've gone back to the human player for one more coral, perhaps before taking part in the end game. We'll see who's going to get off the ground and who's just going to commit scoring more coral on this reef. It's one more by 5144 as the time expires. All right, let's review those scores. It's looking like a victory for the Blue Alliance, 73-69, a close one. The Blue Alliance takes it with 4 ranking points. That's 3 for victory and 1 for autonomous.
All right, before we get into match number 36, I have a really important public service announcement. Can you raise your hand if you can hear me in the stands? Can you hear me? Okay, really important public service announcement. These doors to the outside, these are not, you should not be entering or exiting through these doors unless it is an emergency. If it's an emergency, the rules are different. But when you open these doors, it changes the lighting in the gym. How many of our programmers are using limelights or cameras that depend on the lighting in the room to make their robot work? Any of you? Okay, so in order for our teams to have the best experience, we need to keep these doors closed. Cool? Alrighty. Let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 36. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, we have 52-25
The Shambot.
and 84-23.
Next Express.
Let's round out Red with 93-12.
Nerd Spark.
Coming on over to our Blue Alliance, we got 65-91
Panther Powered Robotics.
and 85-19.
The Iron Eagles.
And let's make some noise for 72-89.
The Blue Eagles.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's get this movement happening. We're going to be seeing some robots dart off that black line. That's what you got to leave in order to be qualified for those leave points. Everyone has to do it to get the autonomous ranking point. All right, and now it's time to dart around, score some points, and play some defense. Both alliances electing for a 2-1 split on defense and offense. We're going to see who's going to wander away and be able to take this match based off their strategic gameplay choices here. We're seeing 9312s already put one up on the level 4 of the Wraith. 8423s put one on level 3. We're going to see what the Blue Alliance is able to do. Not quite there yet, but they'll be there soon. 8423 goes for another one side by side, just like their partner 9312, just working their way clockwise around the reef. Yep, that's right, clockwise. I know my direction. We are looking over here. What are we going to be seeing? We are looking at 7289 with a coral in their hands, looking to put it in place on this consumer's energy field wherever they can on their reef. They're looking to score some points. 8519 looks like they've found a coral out of the human player station. I think they're ready to go take an attempt at scoring. It looks like they're going to be finding where they want to put it. They're looking at the trough for now. They might decide to go for a higher level. We'll have to see what their choice is. They take a swing at level 3, but it looks like it ends up in the trough. That's still worth points. On the Red Alliance, we're seeing 8423 successfully put up 5 coral and is still going, looking to score more when we have 40 seconds left in this match. Meanwhile, 9312 has put up 4 coral on the top and 1 on level 2 of their own. The Blue Alliance robot over here is 6591 is trying to play some defense, box those Red Alliance robots out before they can get to that reef zone where they are protected. All right, you heard that right here. That's the depth charge. That means it's time to climb. It's the end game. Everything is available. We're going to see who gets up off the ground and who's going to be stuck on the sea floor. Maybe these robots will end up parking. All right, 8423 looks like they're good. We're going to see what the Blue Alliance gets there. All right, with that conclusion of qualification 36, let's see the result. That's a victory for the Red Alliance. They're going to bring home exactly 3 ranking points. All 3 are for winning the match.
All right, let's meet our teams for match number 37, starting with 10-23.
The Bedford Express.
Joining them, we have 45-68
Robot Commander.
and 56-76.
That's going to be the Heroes.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we got 302.
The Dragons.
In the middle, it's 2960.
Automation Nation.
And let's make some noise for 5205.
Full Metal Jacket. What did the ocean say to the shore? Nothing. It waved.
All right, we've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, this match is underway now. We have the Dragons and 2960 both putting up a level 4 coral in autonomous on their own. The Dragons going for a second one, a third for the Lions. What are we going to see on the red side? We see one in the trough thus far. All right, and now it's Teleop. The humans are in control. What are we going to see with these robots? How are they going to be driven? All right, 56-76, aiming for that level 4 coral. We're going to see if they can commit and get that on there. Well, wrong get. All right, 2960 aiming for another level 4 coral. That makes 7 for the Blue Alliance already. They're moving at lightning speed. 1023 is moving at a breathtaking pace. They are on track to score some more coral. We're going to see how many they can get this match. While 45-68, straight out of the human player station, is looking to put one onto the reef. We'll see where they're aiming. Once they're in position, we'll know. On the other side, 302 has aimed for another one on level 4 on the driver's station side of the reef. 2960 trying to find a spot they'd like to score their own coral. 1023 grabbed an algae that looks like they're heading over to remove it so that way they can score a coral onto the reef. They're not interested. Or if they have a coral stuck in their robot, they're going to have to deal with that before they can continue. All right. 302 goes for a shot into the barge. Does not quite work out, but it looks like we're going to see some grappling with an algae that was in the way. Can they work their way around it so they can get their coral onto level 4 of the reef? That's 2960, working their way through. The Dragons try as well. Not much more success, though. 1023 with 40 seconds left is going after some more coral, trying to get this reef filled up as fast as they can. This is a tight match, 69 to 65 thus far. We'll see what these robots can do to try to eke out a victory. Looks like 5676 is trying to find where they want to place it. They found the level 4 to 1023. They found the level 3. Who is going to go home with success right here? 302 put another one on level 3. 2960 is going for a climb. We'll see if they can get it with an algae stuck on their swerve module, but it looks like they can get in the air. We'll see if that one counts. Meanwhile, 1023 is popping one more, I think, on level 2 they're aiming for. Is this the buzzer? I think so. All right, drivers, it's the green light. It's time to clean up the reef. All right, it's a close match. Let's find out who the victor is. It's the Bad Alliance, keeping their lead by 1 point. That's 4 ranking points for red and 1 for blue.
All right, let's keep things rolling into match number 38 here on the Consumers Energy Foundation field. Let's meet our teams starting with 1025.
It's the MP Warriors.
We've got 548
Robostang.
and 5559.
The Gear Grinders.
Gotta swim through the mess of the barge, where we're gonna meet 7197.
The Mountie Megabots and their mascot, Willie.
my heart and soul, Free Willy. Joining them, we have 8895.
Red Wolves Robotics.
And we got 9183.
The RoboComets.
All right, we've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, it's time for our autonomous period. We're seeing all 6 robots dart away from their starting line right here on our Consumers Energy Foundation field. That's going to be a point. 2 corals scored for blue, and we're seeing at least 1 on the red side. That's enough to qualify. We're going to see what else they can get just now. All right, that's a second level 4 coral for 7197, and the Blue Alliance 8895 is making sure to pull their weight in the trough themselves. We'll see what RoboStang can put up right here on the red side of the field. It looks like they have a coral stuck in them. They got to figure out how to get it back into that gripper of theirs. They successfully ejected, and now they're back into the game. A quick turnaround from that potentially catastrophic situation. The MP Warriors right there putting up 1 more coral onto the level 4 of the trough. We'll see how many more they can pump on up there. They are fighting with it all. Right there, bang, right back at the human player station. We'll see how many more they can keep on going. 8895 found 1 in the human player station. They're navigating their way over to the trough themselves as 7197 aims for level 4. They exceed expectations, but it's still going to work. It's in the trough. Who else do we have over there on the red side of the field? That's looking like 6559 is playing some defense, trying to shut down that human player station and prevent the Blue Alliance from being able to score. 8895 in their efforts to avoid this defense got stuck on some algae. We'll see how this determines the match result. The Red Alliance right here is with 1025 right there. The MP Warriors, they are scoring so many coral onto this reef. They're up at nearly 80 points with 42 seconds left in this match. Meanwhile, 548 trying to find the right coral to score. They're knocking down some algae so they have space to score the coral. We'll see what they can do to get more game pieces on that reef. With 25 seconds left, we're seeing 9183 try to right their teammates so they can get that parking point at the end of the match. All right, the Red Alliance is making their way over to park. We'll see how many they can get. We're going to have to see who all ends up in the zone properly for the end game. We got 5 seconds left. Who all is going to make it off the ground? I see 548. I think 1025. All right, let's review these scores. We're going to see a victory for the Red Alliance. They took that match with 118 points. Their victory is going to earn them 5 ranking points. 3 for the win and 2 for their side quest, Autonomous and Endgame. The Blue Alliance will take their Autonomous ranking point with them all the same.
All right, folks, just a reminder that these doors are not a place for you to enter or exit. When they open, it adds light to the room, it makes our robots unhappy, and they don't perform as well when they are unhappy. So these doors at the end of the gym, do not walk in them, do not walk out of them. Thank you. All right, let's keep things moving. We're starting match number 39 here on the Consumers Energy Foundation field. Let's hear it for our host team, 7501.
That's the Golden Gears.
And 830.
The Rat Pack.
And 7656.
MC Hammers.
Coming on over to our Blue Alliance, we got 7597.
Team Horsepowered.
In the middle, it's 503.
Frog Force.
And let's make some noise for 8522.
Springport High School.
All right, we've got the thumbs up drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's get going. Here we are on the Consumers Energy Foundation field, and we are going. The Blue Alliance has gotten 1 coral already there on their reef. The Red Alliance has a couple across the line. And now it's time for the drivers to take over and show everybody on their team that you can count on us. All right. 75-97 trying to navigate where they want to go. Their teammates are too busy scoring. They're almost in the way. 503 up there. They're trying to get some on level 4 of the reef. That's 1 more coral scored. We're going to see what 7501 can do. That looks like they're going to try to get some coral side by side. They succeed. This is looking great for them. 7656 has a coral in their robot. They're trying to get it down the funnel. They find it in the right spot now. It's time to score. They've headed over to the reef. Let's see where they're going to score that coral. There's 1:30 left in the match. These drive teams have to keep their eyes peeled as they try to find the next spots to score. We're seeing another score for 85-22 on the reef. Level 4, of course. Human players are doing an excellent job with these lob shots of the algae. Anything into the processor can be scored into the barge for 4 more points. 5:03 navigating their way around the field, trying to find whatever is the lightest spot to go. And now they're playing defense, trying to box out 76-56 from their reef, keep them stuck at the human player station, or just prevent them from even getting coral at all. They're going to do their very best to navigate. 75:01 getting a little bit of action right there, but 5:03 releases to avoid incurring any penalty. We're seeing action over here at the blue human player station as 85-22 grabs a coral and is looking to bring it back to the reef. You look carefully, they got quite a number of reef up there on level 4. We're looking at about 8 right now, and red has started to move down to level 3 on their reef. This match is nearly tied, 56-59. We're going to see who ends up coming out at the end. It's going to be close. We are in the end game now. That is the depth charge. It's time to grab onto those cages and ascend the depths up from the ocean floor. 85-22 still scoring on the reef, trying to get all of the points that they can. 76-56 might be in the air. We're going to see. Oh my. It's a tie game for now. All right, let's check the scores of qualification number 39. It was a tie, but now it's a Red Alliance victory. Taking it 82-70. The difference was in the end game. With that, they take the end game ranking point and 3 more for the victory.
All right, folks, I've got another public service announcement. So up at the top of these bleachers, we have some projection equipment that's being set up for tomorrow's live feed. We've got camera crews. It's going to be really awesome. But we need teams to be respectful of the equipment that's up there. Apparently, a phone was plugged in to their projector and it messed up some equipment. So if you are sitting in the stands up at the top on that side, make sure you're there. Make sure you're not plugging into any of our projection team's equipment. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 40. Starting us off on red, we got 36-68.
The Trobots.
Joining them, we have 26-11.
Jacktown Vectors.
And let's make some noise for 72-21.
That's the Viking Robotics.
Making our way over to our blue alliance, we have 52-34.
That's the Marauder Bots.
And a couple of rookie sensations, starting with 107-05.
Will Carlton Academy.
And we got 106-29.
Bath High School, the Fighting Bees.
We've got a thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's get going. We're going to be seeing some robots moving into this autonomous period. They're all off the lines. Our red robots are putting some first in the trough now on level 4. We'll see if they all stay in place. That's looking like our record-setting 40 points in autonomous for the Red Alliance. We're going to see how many more they can put up throughout the rest of the match. We'll see Viking Robotics have dressed their robot with a t-shirt now, representing their brand, letting everybody know. Meanwhile, 10705 has put one coral into the trough right there, and they're going to bounce right on back to that human player station, trying to load up with as many as they can while battling with 7221 for control over that area of the field. Meanwhile, the Trobots, with a couple coral on the top rung already, are looking for even more now. We'll see what they can do when they're fighting against Bath High School here, trying to get access to this human player station. Our host team, the Decktown Vectors, working on the other side of Red Alliance's half of the field, are working very well with their independence right there. No challenge on them, as they are just trying to pump in as many corals as they can onto that reef. Branch by branch, point by point, every coral they can. Meanwhile, Will Carlson Academy getting their corals from the human player, placing them into the trough, as many as they can, but occasionally one does rebound out. It's all good. They are still fighting with their full spirits. 2611 puts one more up on level 4 of the branch. We're going to see how many more they can put up there, although their alliance partner has now high centered on top of an algae. They're going to try to dislodge them, but not too crazily. They got to keep it safe. All right, and they successfully dislodge their partner with a little bit of shrapnel on the field, but all okay. 2 robots working is a priority. With 30 seconds left in the match, we'll see how many more points they can put up on the scoreboard. Currently 85 points for the Red Alliance. All right, 3668 in position to climb. Right there, that's the depth charge. It's time to ascend to the skies in the end game. 3668, that's the first one up. We'll see who's next. 2611 still scoring. We'll see what else they can do. All right, they take a swing at it, and they'll park. All right, let's get the scores. We're halfway through this competition qualifications, and that's a victory for the Red Alliance. Doubters out there, is it 50-50? 5 ranking points go to the Red Alliance, taking 36-68 all the way up to the 4th place on the podium thus far.
All right, we are more than halfway through our qualification matches now. Let's meet our teams for match number 41, starting with 1023.
The Bedford Express.
Joining them, we have 6556.
That's Spartan Robotics.
And we got 2960.
Automation Nation.
Swimming on over to our Blue Alliance, we have 7289.
The Blue Eagles.
And we got 5225.
The Shambots.
And let's make some noise for 9239.
Panther Robotics.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All
Just kidding. False alarm. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. The different style now. These robots are moving. We're going to see who's crossing the right lines. It looks like the Red Alliance has some coral up there already. They're in line for the first ranking point of the match. We'll see how many more are going to get earned. Now that we're in the teleoperated period, what all is going to go down here? We're seeing some defense being played on 2960 by 5225, the Shambots. Meanwhile, our Bedford Express, they're firing off another coral onto the top rung of the reef with their light gray wheels. All right, 9239, they're making an attendance, navigating their way. We're going to see some more action here as 2960 competes for access to their own chute against 5225. What all can they do? They're looking to score some more corals on that top rung of the reef. We'll see. And that's one more for both robots on the Red Alliance. They scored in sync. We'll see what we have going on here on the Blue Alliance. 7289 putting up some coral of their own, going to their second one in the trough for the match just yet. We got a minute and 15 left in this match. We'll see how many points they can put up over here. It looks like 7289 back at that human player station trying to get loaded with a coral. We're seeing 2960 now coming around with a coral they grabbed from the human player. Does not quite land on that fourth rung, but they are going to go at it again. They're determined. 65-56, almost tipping, but almost doesn't count. They're here with their algae. They're going to navigate their way across the field to try to score some points. 10-23 right here, getting ready to score another coral on their behalf, trying to get that up there on level 3. 2960 takes another swing at that level 4, but there's 32 seconds left in the match, and it's time. They're getting ready for a climb before that depth charge pings. They're determined to get up in the air. We're going to see what they can do to get on that cage. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, 1023, looking at one more on that level 4 rung. All right, we're going to see how this end game plays out in the last 10 seconds of the match. What can be done to try to get on those cages, or are these teams going to settle for a park? All right, let's get the scores for that match. It's looking like a victory for the Red Alliance. They're taking it with 4 ranking points, including 1 for their autonomous.
All right, we're getting ready for match number 42 here on the Consumers Energy Foundation field. Drum roll, please, for 83-74.
That's going to be the Bongo Bots.
And we got 45-68.
Robot Commander and the Robot Lawnmower.
And let's round out red with 88-95.
Red Wolves Robotic.
Coming on down to our blue alliance, we got 42-16.
Blue Ops Robotic.
And it's 91-83.
That's the Robo Comets.
Let's round out this match with 8300.
Titan Robotics.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers. Okay. We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, this is the autonomous period. These robots are using pre-programmed instructions with no extra supervision. The Blue Alliance has all 3 robots across the line and on to their side of the field. With a game piece score, that's going to get them their ranking point. What else are we going to see here out of the Red Alliance? They're going to make their moves trying to score their first game pieces. We'll see what all they can get done. All right. 8300 is going to make this first move and tally out for the Blue Alliance. That's 1 on L4. 4216 is going to follow in suit on L2. That's their robot Jar Jar Bolt. 9183 out of the human player station grabs one and puts it straight into the trough. We're going to see how many more they can get just this game. 8895 found some coral in the human player station of their own. It looks like they got 5 in the trough this game already. We're going to see how many more the Red Alliance can do. 8374 is working at the human player station, trying to get some coral into their robot. While their alliance partners keep on dumping more into the trough. We're going to see what else they can cook up just right now. That's 1 more straight from the human player station into the reef. The close side's already filled up, so they have to take a longer cycle, working their way around. We're going to see what we see here. 8300. All right, they're going back to that human player station, and we're seeing some defense by 4568. Remember, there's a risk of playing defense if you touch a robot in a protected area that will incur a foul. 8300 puts 1 more on that reef on L4. Those are worth 5 points right now in the teleop period. The Blue Lions at 76 points with 43 seconds left in this match. We're going to see how many more that they can get. Looking like they're making an attempt. They got 1 more into that trough right there. We're going to see what else they get. 91-83, another one out of the human player. We're going to see what they're looking for here. It looks like it's in the trough. The blue side of the reef beginning to fill up. We're going to see how many they can get. 42-16, removing 1 more algae as we enter the end game. That depth charge signals that robots can climb now for all of those points. We're going to see what we're going to see. 91-83 is looking like they're parked underneath their shallow cage. 83-74 and 88-95 are making their way over, as well as the rest of the Red Alliance at Treble Park.
Let's take a look at those scores. The Blue Alliance is going to take the win. 99-46. All right, let's meet our teams for match number 43. Starting us off, we've got 503.
Frog Force.
We got 9210.
That's our Fighting Falcons.
And we got team 830.
The Rat Pack.
Sneaking on over to our Blue Alliance, we got 6591.
Panther Powered Robotics.
In the middle, we got 7197.
The Mountie Megabots.
And let's round out Blue with 9312.
Nerd Spark.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're in the autonomous period now. We're seeing all the Red Alliance robots and the Blue Alliance robots take off, trying to score wherever they can with their preloaded corals. 9312's finding one on L4. The Red Alliance has found some in the trough. They both count for this ranking point. All right, and with 2 minutes, 15 seconds, that's the match timer. We're going to see what all we can do. We're seeing the Rat Pack making a move right now, right by that reef, trying to get their preload onto the field. We're seeing 9312 with their next coral that they grab. They're going to try to find a way to put that on level 4, which they're going to succeed at. 503 Frog Force. They're trying to make another move here. We're going to see what they can do. They've grabbed one from their human player, and they're looking at another. We're going to see how many they can put up with these shorter cycles on those closer faces to their human player station. 9312 with one more on level 4 of their reef, and 7197, their alliance partners, are finding one on level 4 as well on the opposite side. This is going to be some great news, and it's going to make for a high-scoring match right now. 503, one more in level 4. They got that from the human player. A little bit of time to line up, but it doesn't matter. All the points are the same. What are we going to see here next? We're seeing 503 lining up, trying to make a move here. We're seeing 7197 relieve the reef of an algae. We're going to see what the next move they make there. Perhaps a level 3 coral. All right, that's one more for 503, who's being defended against by 6591, trying to block their access to the human player station, doing their very best to deny anything they can. We're seeing those motors whirring, everything they can do to try to stop them from getting in place. Now we're seeing 9210 once again back in motion as well. The Rat Pack trying to supplement and assist their teammates 503 to push them over and try to secure this win when they're down a few points towards the end of this match with 30 seconds left. It's all going to come down to the wire. 9312 with a game piece in hand once again. Where are they going to score it? When are they going to score it? Their alliance partners beat them to it on the third rung, but they're working together. That's the depth charge. That means we're in the end game. It's time to climb up those cages and see what points you can get by getting off the floor. It looks like the Blue Alliance is going to commit to the reef and try to score as many game pieces as they can, but the Red Alliance went for a hang with Frog Force. Who's going to end up on top? All right, let's review the scores of that match. We're going to see that's going to be a victory for the Blue Alliance. Taking with the score 82 to 67, they're going to get 3 ranking points. The Red Alliance will walk away with the autonomous ranking point.
All right, let's meet our teams for match number 44. On the Red Alliance, we got 106-29
It's the Bath High School Fighting Bees robotics team.
and 548.
That's the Robosangs.
Joining them, we have 84-23.
Next Express.
On blue, we've got 106.65.
That's you robotics.
In the middle, it's 76.56.
The MC Hammers.
And let's make some noise for 52.34.
The Marauder Bots.
We've got the thumbs up drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's get this match underway. We're seeing 6 robots start off the line. It's looking great to be a high-scoring match. We're going to see what other points we get other than that first autonomous ranking point. Red has the lead by now by 1 point. How is that going to mix it up as we get into this teleoperated period where the drivers are in control? All right, 106.29s, come on over here to play some defense, trying to block that human player station to deny the Blue Alliance access to one of 2 places to load their robots from. 52-34, working their way over, already scoring 1 algae into the processor. We're going to see how many more they go for. It looks like they have another loaded into their robot already. 548 grabbed 1 coral from the ground. It looks like they're going to go for another. Their human player loading up the floor side. Their floor intake can be used most efficiently, shortening that distance between their robot and the goal. 84-23 on the other side of the Red Alliance. They are scoring up the reef, bottom up 2 and 3, trying to pepper up that reef with as many corals as they can. Meanwhile, 76-56, working on the far side of the Blue Alliance. They're looking to grab another coral from the human player station. But they got to navigate around their own teammates as well as opponents, try to find their way to score more coral. 52-34 is trying to find their next game piece as 76-56 lines up for a level 4 shot. It almost makes it. Get denied. 548 working for another game piece. They got to get it in the robot before they can score it. There it is. Looking like they are working as hard as they can to wrestle that coral into their robot. It's in their clutches now, and it's looking like it's going to go straight to level 3. Amazing. 84-23, a level 3 of their own. The Red Alliance is moving now. We're going to see how many more they can get to try to establish a lead here with 25 seconds left. Looks like 76-56 is moving into that endgame zone, the barred zone, to try to climb. We're going to see what the Red Alliance does here to perhaps make a stand at their own endgame ranking point. All right, and with 10 seconds left, it's about to be down to the wire. We'll see if everybody can get off the ground. It looks like RoboSangs are. It looks like 76-56 is. Who is going to get all the points here?
All right, and we have the scores for qualification match number 44. It's going to be a win for the Red Alliance with a score of 93-68. Red Alliance taking home 5 ranking points. Blue Alliance taking home 2 ranking points.
All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 45. Starting us off, we have 85-19.
Iron Eagles.
Joining them, we got 56-76
The Heroes.
and 52-05.
Full Metal Jackets.
On the Blue Alliance, we got 51-44.
LISD Technicians.
And we got 72-21.
Viking Robotics.
Let's hear it for our host, 7501.
Golden Gears.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're off on this match with the autonomous period. Looks like all three of our Red Alliance, nope, two of our Red Alliance moved. Two of our Blue Alliance have moved as well. All three have moved on the Blue Alliance. All right, we wrap up autonomous, go into teleop period. $56.76 shooting for the Reef, along with $75.01 on the Blue Alliance, shooting for the Reef as well. Looks like we got 2 on Blue, 1 on Red on the L4, 3 on Blue now on the L4. 72-21 playing defense over on the Red Alliance side, with your other 2 Blue Alliance filling the Reef as quick as they can on the L4. 72-21 blocking that Corlin feed, making it really hard for them to get into fill. $52.05 has decided to go over and start playing defense on the blue side as well now. So 1 robot per side playing defense while the others are trying to fill the top of their Reef on that L4. Up on the L1, currently 56-27. Blue Alliance almost has their L4 complete. Looks like they only have 2 spots left on level 4 to fill. Red Alliance is trying to catch up over here as well, filling that L4. 72-21 has switched sides and started playing defense on the other side of the Corlin feed. And it looks like all 3 Red Alliance robots are back on their own side. And 51-44 completes the L4 for the Blue Alliance. Back over on Red Alliance, it looks like they're continuing to fill the Reef. 72-21 continues to block the in feed. And we're approaching end game at this point. Let's see where everybody ends up. And we got 1 up for the Blue Alliance. And we have 1 up for the Red Alliance. And Down to the final 3 seconds, and that is endgame. We'll see the results shortly of this match. All right, we have the thumbs up from the head ref, so we'll see the final scores for this match. And it's going to be a win for the Blue Alliance. Score of 98-51. Blue Alliance taking home 5 ranking points. Red Alliance taking home 1. 7501 staying in the 3rd ranked spot. 5144 and 7221 moving up in the ranks. Well, 85-19, 56-76, and 52-05 drop down.
All right, folks, we are in the final stretch now. 15 more matches to play before we break for the evening. As we get ready for match number 46, let's meet our teams, starting with 55-59.
Gear Grinders.
Joining them, we have 36-56.
Dexter Dreadbots.
And let's hear it for 85-22.
Springport High School.
Coming on down to our Blue Alliance, we've got 302.
The Dragons.
In the middle, it's 10-25.
Imperial Warriors.
And we got 75-97.
Team Horsepowered.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's see some action here. All 6 robots are going to clear the line. That's a great start to this match. We're going to see who is in tip-top shape to try to do more than 100% and get all those extra corals. That's looking like 4 coral for blue, 2 coral for red on that level 4, which in autonomous is worth 7 points apiece. What is coming up next here? We're seeing both robots on the Blue Alliance going for the level 4, but it looks like there might be a bit of an issue. The dragons right themselves. They were stuck, but they've managed to find themselves off of it. Meanwhile, their third robot, we have 7597 working on the trough, making sure to take care of the lower levels of the reef. On the red side, we have 5559 grabbing one out of the human player station, doing their best to score those corals. All right, the Dexter Dreadbots working on removing an algae from the reef to open up more spots for them to score. They need to unlock all of their scoring potentials. All right, 8522 going back to the human player station, getting ready to load up another coral to place onto one of those spots, presumably that 3656 just opened up. Nope, they're going to go for the last 3 of the level 4 branches available for the Red Alliance. It's a close match at 73-82. This is 1 minute left in the game. All right, who are we going to see bring it out on top? We have 2 massive power players on both teams. All alliances are working great together. The Red Alliance with 55-59 playing defense, trying to interrupt the Blue Alliance. It's looking quite good for them. If you see, the scores are turning in their favor as the Red Alliance continues to pound on more and more coral onto this reef. The Dexter Dreadbots putting 6 corals on the level 3 rung and lightning speed as 8522 pumps on more on the top level. That's the full level 4 and half of level 3 already for the Red Alliance. And we're at 15 seconds left in the match. We're going to see what happens here in the end game. It could come down to this. There is a 12-point gap between the teams. Who knows who will win at this point? That's 2 robots in the air. Are we going to see more? We'll have to wait. All right, let's see our scores for qualification 46. This one's going to be close, but who's coming out on top? It is the Red Alliance. Score 137 to 127. You can see that's 5 ranking points for red and 1 for blue as well. Blue is going to get away with the autonomous ranking point.
All right, we are getting ready for match number 47. Over on the Red Alliance, we've got 2611.
That's the Jacktown Vectors.
In the middle, it's 9703.
The Qbots.
And we've got 8895.
That is our Red Wolves Robotic.
Over on our Blue Alliance, we've got 9312.
That's NerdSpark.
And 3668.
That's the Trobots.
And let's give it up for one of our rookie teams, 10705.
Will Carlton Academy.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. This is our Jackson tournament here on Consumers Energy Field, and all 6 robots are showing off some expert coordination. They are making their rounds. That's 3 coral for the red, all on level 4 by team 2611, the Jacktown Vectors. We're seeing 3668 going for 2 right here on level 4, and then removing an algae of their own. 10705 placed a coral in the trough. They go for another as NerdSpark goes for a coral on level 4. They make that one. 2611 looking to add to their suite of coral they have on the top rung. I believe that's 6 to their name already, less than 30 seconds into the teleoperated period. 9703 and 8895 are working on the trough on their red reef, trying to fill that up as much as they can in coordination with 2611. We'll see if they'll be able to carry their team to victory against the Blue Alliance here, where 3668 has scored an algae into the processor, and they're following that up with yet another algae into the processor. We have NerdSpark looking to score another coral right there on L4. They find it on a different face of the reef. That's 5 up there thus far. We'll see how many more they can get. 10705 is looking to shoot some coral into the reef. There's some coral in the way on the ground. It's messing up their shot. We'll see what they can do. 9703 on the Red Alliance, straight at that human player station, and is then just scoring more onto that trough in the red reef. It's completely undefended. All right, we're going to see what they can do. 8895 puts 1 more into that trough as well. That trough's getting full. It's going to get hard to score into. We're seeing 2611 looking to fill up that level 4 of the reef. Is that just me, or is that all 12 of them up there all by themselves? This 2611 robot is something else. NerdSpark, in their own right, put up 1 more on level 4 as there's 20 seconds left in this match. They put up 9 of the 12 branches on their reef. All right, and it looks like 3668's lining up to climb. They heard the depth charge with 8 seconds left. We're in the end game. It's time to park, shallow or deep climb. We'll see what these robots can do. I think that's a buzzer beater by 8895 to get that parking. All right, drive teams, let's swap out these robots. Let's show these scores. Looking like a victory for the Red Alliance. Taking it with the score 125 to 102. It's a pretty high scoring match. They'll take it 4 ranking points to 2.
All right, let's meet our teams for match number 48. Starting us off on red, we got 2960.
Automation Nation.
And 9183.
That's the Robo Comet.
And rookie sensation 10665.
That's you Robotics.
On the Blue Alliance, we got 7197.
The Mountain Megabot.
And 1023.
The Bedford Express.
And let's make some noise for 5234.
That's the Marauder Bots.
We've got the thumbs up drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's see some movement here. What are we going to see go on right here? Blue Alliance has all three robots moving and a coral up there on the L4. It looks like they're going to see one more from the Mountie Megabot. All right. You know what that buzzer means. Autonomous is over. It's time to take control. Let's see what's going to go on here as our drivers lead their teams to victory. That's going to be 2960 going straight for their human player station, looking to pick up a coral. Meanwhile, 7197 is battling with 10665 for their human station, trying to get access to those vital coral needed to score more points. Take a shot. 7197 is going to miss it. 5234 is looking to score a coral of their own. Nope, they're removing an algae so they can get it over to that processor. But first, they're going to need to get control of their robot, which appears to have turned into a grappling hook. 2960 pops one more. That's the fourth one on L4 they've done this match. Their fortunes might turn in their favor if they can keep up these cycles. 9183 is working hard as well. They're collecting out of their human player station and going straight into the trough wherever they find an opening. We're seeing 1023 working with their grippers, trying to get more coral onto this reef. They got someone level 3, someone level 4. 7197's come over to this side of the field. They've grabbed one more algae, one more coral, and they're putting it straight onto level 2 of the reef. That's going to put them at 78 points with 52 seconds left in the match. 52-34, working through some technical difficulties, trying to get their robot working, while their alliance partners, 10-23, putting one more on an attempt at the second level of the reef. 52-34 found their mechanisms. They got an algae in their control, and they're trying to get it into the processor. We're going to see how this goes in the last 30 seconds of this match as 2960 goes for one more coral onto their reef, trying to get those numbers up to see what they can do to try to get those rank points. All right, that is the depth charge. It's time for the end game. We're going to see how many robots can get off the ground and try to score points and get access to that vital end game ranking point. It requires one deep climb and one park. We'll see what they can get. Field is green. Drivers, let's get these robots swapped on out. We're going to look at our scores. Let's check the board. And that's looking like a victory for the Blue Alliance. Taking it 108-81. With that, they're going to carry 4 ranking points to 1. The Red Alliance secures the endgame ranking point for getting 14 or more points in endgame.
All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 49. On the Red Alliance, we got 7501.
The Golden Gears.
Who are we?
That's Frog Force.
And we've got 6591.
Panther powered robotic.
Swinging on over to our Blue Alliance, we got 5144.
The LISD Technicians.
And 6556.
That's Spartan Robotics.
And let's round out this match with 10629.
The Fighting Bees Robotics Team.
All right, we've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and we're in the autonomous period. We're going to see what all happens here. 65.91 got pushed across the line by 75.01. 75.01 crossed it on their own. 5.03 crossed it. It looks like they're going to get the autonomous ranking point with this strategy they went for. This is massive for them. That's an extra ranking point for them. That's putting them in a position to possibly go for all 6 ranking points. We'll see what they can do. 75.01's already loaded up with another coral here at their human player station. So is 5.03. They're both getting ready to place it. 2 more for the Red Alliance. They are stacking it up. 55.41's put another one on the 4th level of their own reef over there on the blue side of the field. We're going to see what else they can do. Is 75.01 slightly faster than their alliance partner, who's also wicked fast, goes for another coral right there. That one's going to count towards the trough. 66 Spartan Robotics is getting ready at their human player station, trying to grab another coral to get to this reef. 51.44 aiming to put another one on the 4th level, gets it in the trough. It still counts for points. What are we going to see next here? 65.91 is beginning to do some defense here, trying to block the Blue Alliance out of one of their 2 human player stations. 75.01 has found their way to their station through the defense of the Blue Alliance, and they are getting ready to score it once again on their reef. The whole top level is full, and now they're moving on to 3rd level of the reef. We'll see how many more they can get. It's currently 50 seconds left in the match. I don't know how many more corals they can get on there. We'll see how much time they have. They swivel their way around 106.29, who's playing some clever defense, trying to cause as much mess and much drama as possible, making it unclear. Working through the chaos, 75.01 finds their way around, and at 30 seconds left in the match, it looks like Frog Force is getting ready to climb. They've dropped down their climber. We'll see if they can get in the air in time as 51.44 goes for another point onto that reef and then to the human player station. But it looks like they are going to place that onto the reef before they attempt to climb. We'll see if they can get in the air. It looks like 75.01 is. 65.91's going for a park. 5.03 is park. It's looking good for the Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance with a triple park of their own, if I see the bumpers correctly. All right, it's time to check out those scores. It's going to be a victory for the Red Alliance. Taking it with 4 ranking points of their own, the Red Alliance is going to get a victory.
All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 50. On the Red Alliance, we got 45-68.
That's Robot Commander.
Joining them, it's 8:30.
That's the Rat Pack.
And let's make some noise for 3:02.
The Dragons.
Coming on over to our Blue Alliance, we have 84-23.
Next Express.
We've also got 83-74.
That's the Bongo Bot.
And let's make some noise for 92-10.
The Fighting Falcons.
All right, we have a thumbs up. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, and we're off. Let's see this robot action. The Red Alliance sees 3 robots making it across their way, and the Dragons are going to be putting up 2 corals on their own. We'll see how many more they can do. They'll leave it at 2.5, but that's another one right as we hit teleoperated period. Now all the drivers are in control of their robots. We'll see how much more they can do now that they have the power. Everyone know this is our qualification number 50 right here on our Consumers Energy Field here in Jackson, Michigan. 84-23 is making their way to remove an algae on the Blue Reef, and 83-74 aiming for the second rung of the coral. Can't quite get it, but their partner 92-10 finds success on the trough as 302 grabs an algae and then makes it away, dropping off the coral on the top rung of the reef. See how many more points they can put up here. They get one, not quite where it's looking to go. Does not make it into the trough either. The Rat Pack, Team 830, they're looking, trying to find what their next move is as their alliance partner, the Dragons, put up one more coral on there, then followed up by immediately another. We're at 1 minute and 10 seconds in this match. It looks like 45-68 gearing up to place one on the third level of the reef, provided that it doesn't touch that algae. We'll see 83-74 came swinging by, has caused that cage to start shaking as they move to play defense on the red side of the reef. What is their opportunity right here? They're trying to box out the dragons and keep them in that human player station, but they have to stay careful of those protected zones around the reef. As 92-10 once again pops out a coral into the trough, but unfortunately the rebound rejects it. That's not quite what they are looking for. But their alliance partner, 84-23, is looking to help them out. They'll see how many points, how many corals can they get on that reef. That's another one on the third rung. It looks like they have 4 to their name that they put up this match. Next Express is putting in work, and they're looking at that cage right there. That is the end game now. Robots are now ready to climb up and see if they can get off the sea floor and into the air. We'll see what they can do here. All right, and that's a countdown. 2, 1, game. Let's get our results for the match. It's going to be a victory for the Red Alliance. Taking the match with almost 90 points. They're going to get 4 ranking points of their own, and the Blue Alliance will match with 1.
All right, let's meet our teams for match number 51 here on the Consumers Energy Foundation field. Let's make some noise for 72-21
Viking Robotics.
and 52-25.
The Shambots.
And let's round out red with 8,300.
That's the Titan Robotics.
On the Blue Alliance, we have 75-97
Team Horsepowered.
and 55-59.
The Gear Grinders.
And let's round out this match with 97-03.
Q-Bots.
We've got a thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are off. You recognize that trumpet. It's the start of Autonomous. We're seeing 8,300 make the first move for the Red Alliance. That's one on the 4th level, which is worth 7 points in Autonomous. And 5559 has one that's worth 3 in Autonomous. All right, and now it's time for our drivers to gear up and take some action. We're going to see who is going to be the one putting the energy into this competition. 8,300 looking ready to move. We're going to see what they got right there. That's going to be the first one in. All right, on level 4 for the Red Alliance by 8,300, really showing off. They're going to be the star of the show for this match. Who is the competition on the other side of the field? I'm seeing 9703. They are filling up that trot. They are trying to make a statement. Who is going to join them to help them in this quest to make a stand? We have 5559 trying to find their way to get some game pieces and put coral on their reef. Wow. 8,300 has moved on to their 4th coral on the top level of this reef. Each one is worth 5 points now that we are in the teleoperated period. All right, then. We're seeing them go for their 5th as basically a solo robot working here on a little bit of a reef cycle rush, trying to get as many cycles in here as they can, completely undisturbed by their opponents. With 52-25 playing defense, watching out for 75-97 might cross the border. 55-59's gone for some more on the level 2 of the reef, trying to get the higher value corals on there as soon as they can. We're looking at a 13-point gap here as we're at 44 seconds left in this match. It really is anyone's game. It could go either way. 55-59, once again, looking to make a score. They're going to put that on the 3rd level of the reef. We're going to see how many points they can get here. Now they're accessing the higher levels. Meanwhile, 8,300 is still putting on more coral as high up as they can get. That's the top rung of the reef. Watch as they score yet another one so cleanly. But now we are in the end game. That depth charge means that it's time to park, climb, or deep climb. Figure out whatever you can. Try to get that robot worth more points when the buzzer expires. Blue Alliance looks like they have 3 parks going on. We'll see what the Red Alliance goes for. Let's see our scores for qualification 51. Right. And the Red Alliance is going to swim onto the victory screen with 3 ranking points for their victory. They'll take the match.
All right, let's go ahead and meet our teams for match number 52. On the Red Alliance, we got 10-25
The Impy Warriors.
and 92-39.
Right there, we have the Panther Robotics.
And we got 107-05.
Will Carlton Academy.
Coming on down to our Blue Alliance, we got 36-68.
The Trobots.
In the middle, it's 72-89.
The Blue Eagles.
And let's make some noise for 76-56.
It's the MC Hammers.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's get this match underway. We're seeing the Red Alliance creep away from that starting line. It looks like they're getting ready to score. That's one, about to be two coral on that reef. We're going to see how we're doing on the Blue Alliance. That looks like two coral there. Both alliances situated to get that ranking point. If everything pans on out, we'll see what goes on here during the teller-operated period of this match. We got 10:25 here. They're looking to score one more coral on that top level of the reef. We'll see how many more they can get up there before time expires. It looks like they have this whole side to themselves. They're going to be enjoying that solidarity. With one more scoop in from the human player, we'll see how many they can get. And on the Blue Alliance side of the field, we have 4 robots. This is a little bit of a cluster. It looks like a Red Alliance robot is stuck on an algae. They're going to need to play careful and make sure not to pop it. All right, 36-68, navigating their way around the defense, around these stage hazards, trying to get their way on through. 76-56, once more, scoring on the third level of the reef. Their alliance partner, 72-89, putting up one of their own once they're in position. You gotta get to the right spot in order to score. This is pick and place. 36-68 with another one on the fourth level of the reef on their own. They are working their way around, trying to get it one at a time from the shortest cycle to the longest cycle, keeping it as efficient as possible. Meanwhile, 10:25, is that a full level 4 reef all by themselves? It's about to be, and just like that, that's 12 corals completing the crown right there. We'll see how many more points they can put up to try to show themselves in this match. Working almost by themselves. They are showing a fierce determination right here to do everything they can to win this match. Meanwhile, 76-56, they're going for an early climb. They want to make sure they're in the air by the time that buzzer rings. And if you check that height, that's Michael Jordan amounts of air underneath them. They are secure in place. We'll see what the MP Robotics team can do. It looks like they're going to clear as well. We'll check what the Blue Alliance has. The 5 seconds counting down. It looks like we're all set in place. All right, let's check our scores for the match. Good news for the Blue Alliance. That's the victory. Taking away with 123 points and 5 ranking points of their own. The Red Alliance will get the autonomous ranking point.
All right, let's meet our teams for match number 53. On the Red Alliance, we got 26-11.
The Jacktown Victors.
And 42-16.
It's Blue Ops Robotics.
And let's make some noise for 52-05.
Full Metal Jacket.
Coming on down to our Blue Alliance, we have 85-22.
From Springport High School.
And 85-19.
The Iron Eagles.
And let's hear it for 5-48.
The Robostangs.
We don't have the thumbs up. I've been lied to. All right. We have the thumbs up drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's get this action happening. We're going to see how many robots can get themselves where they belong. We see all 6 robots have left that starting line. We're going to see how many robots can get those corals on the reef. That's almost a triple play for 26-11, but that is a ranking point for the Red Alliance, which is more important. What else are they going to get this match? We're seeing a 4th coral right there up on level 4. Meanwhile, 548 taking an aim at some coral on level 4 of their own, and they're going to be successful. 26-11 fires back with yet another coral. Robo-Stangs 548 are ready to take another attempt, but it doesn't quite land. We'll see if their faster cycle time lets them keep up. Oh my, that ground intake is pivotal in 548, being able to have more attempts at goal than other robots here that require the human player intake. We see them go for 3 right there with only 1 visit to the human player station. Meanwhile, 42-16 and 85-19 are tussling for access to this red human player station, further impeded by an algae in the way. We'll see if they can figure out a way around that. 548 puts up 1 more coral on that L4 rank. Boom, another with those ground intake allowing them to take up corals that are right next to the robot, wasting no time driving. What's faster than Swerve? No drivetrain at all. That is so fast by them. We have 26-11 right here, putting in work, trying to keep up pace with their travels back and forth to the human player station. We're really seeing a contest of different designs of robots right here in this match. Meanwhile, we have 548 still going here, trying to get more on that top level. They're switching to the level 3 of the reef because that's closer to their station, closer to their coral, trying to minimize that time lost due to movement. As 26-11 removes an algae from the reef, they have more available scoring locations. We're going to see who's going to win with 25 seconds left in this match. We're going to see 85-22 and the other Blue Alliance robot 46-12. Can they all get where they need to go? All right, what are we going to see here? 26-11 faces 1 more on level 3 of the reef. 42-16. They're making their way over to Park with the last seconds here. Can they get a buzzer beater? 548 does. All right, drivers, those lights are green. It's time to clean up the reef. And I think we have our scores for this match. Let's see them on the display. Wow, 53, we're seeing the victor. It's going to be the Red Alliance. They're taking that match with 4 ranking points to 1, bringing all of them up in the rankings.
All right, we're going to meet our teams for match number 54. Starting us off on red, we got 36-56.
It's the Dexter Dreadbots.
They were finalists at Battle Creek. It's 71-97.
That's the Mountie Megabots.
And let's hear it for 84-23.
Next Express.
Moseying on down to our Blue Alliance, we have 56-76.
It's the Heroes.
And it's 5-0-3.
Frog Force.
And let's hear it for 51-44.
That's the LISD Technicians.
Okay, we've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. This is our Qual 54 of Reefscape here at the Consumers Energy Field in Jackson, Michigan. And we're seeing all 6 robots take off from the line, getting ready to score some autonomous ranking points and some coral. That's 2 coral apiece scored, and that's going to bring a ranking point for both teams, both alliances. All right, but now that we're into the tele-operated period, we're seeing 51-44 taking the first move for the Blue Alliance as 36-56 is making waves on the red side of the field. 71-97 also is putting in the work right there. One more coral scored on to level 4 as 56-76 tries to counteract that difference with a coral upstate as well. We're going to see what else we got going on as we see 84-23 puts one on L3 of their own. We're going to see how many more they can score this match. Frog Force pulls up to the human player station, and now they're loaded. We'll see where they're going to score that coral. Their alliance partners, 51-44, take one and send it straight to L4. We'll see how many more they can get in their robot to get onto the reef. 36-56, back at it, filling up almost the entire face of the reef right here. They got 5 out of 6 of them, all of them except for one of them on L2. We'll see how many more they can get as they're trying to get access from this human player here. We'll need them to get all of the coral that they can get access to, try to get those points onto the board to keep their lead. The Red Alliance is up at currently 82 points. We'll see what the Blue Alliance can do to try to stay competitive in this match. And I think that means 56-76 needs to score some more level 4 like they're doing right now. Their teammate Frog Force following suit. That's 10 points right there for the Blue Alliance in the span of just barely a second. We'll see how many more they can get on up there. Frog Force removes an algae. Looks like they're trying to find a processor to bring that to. Okay, with 27 seconds left, they actually take it to the barge. They toss it all the way up there. Now, I think it's time for the end game. They're going for a cage. We'll see who can get off the ground and secure that 12-point deep climb. Frog Force is going for it. Dreadnoughts are going for it. We'll see who's going to get in the air in time. 56-76 looks like they might be in the air as well. This could be a lot of points on the line. All right, drivers, those lights are green. Let's get those robots off the reef. Let's get the scores for the match. And that's looking like a victory for the Red Alliance. Taking it by 20 points, 117 to 97, and securing another victory with all 6 ranking points. The Blue Alliance walks away with 2. As a note, this is a match with 6 ranking points and the cooperation point. Everything that can be scored for the rankings has been.
All right, we're getting ready for match number 55. We're going to play through 58 tonight, and then we'll return tomorrow morning with match 59. Let's meet our teams, starting with 55-59.
The Gear Grinders.
We are who?
That's the Dragons.
And we got 92-10.
The Fighting Falcons.
On the blue side of the field, we have 65-56.
That's Spartan Robotics.
And 52-34.
The Marauder Bots.
And let's hear it for our host, 7501.
The Golden Gears.
We've got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off. We're starting off this autonomous period. Many robots as can are trying to navigate their way around the reef. We're seeing 7501 take their first try at scoring a coral. Does not quite end up for them. But as the cheer indicated, everything's going right for the Red Alliance. We're seeing 3 coral up there on the top, as well as 1 in the truck already. That's putting them at a pretty hefty 33 points, leaving autonomous. We'll see how many more they can put now that we're in the tele-operated period. On the Dragons, 302 put up an algae into the barge all on their own. We'll see how many more they go for. Right there, 65-56 is playing defense on one of the human player stations as they robots and the drive team of the Red Alliance is getting ready to try to drop some game pieces into their robots. 7501 is making a move here, to score on level 4 of the reef. That's the third one they've put up this match. We'll see how many more they can get. 52-34, looking at scoring into this reef. That's going to be an algae into the processor. We'll see what they can do onto the reef itself. 75-01, fed once again by their human player. They're getting ready to go to that reef, put it on the level 4 if they can. Then on the red side of the field, 55-9, almost high centers on that algae, but they right themselves. We'll see what else they can do as 302 moves to put on one more algae on level 4 of the reef. We'll see how many more they can get as they pick up a coral from their human player. This is good news for them. 92-10 finds one more coral from their human player station. We're going to see how many more they can do. That one looks like it's going to go on level 2 of their reef. They're trying to get points on as many levels as they can with 30 seconds left in this match. 52-34 is looking like they're going for another algae into their processor. That looks like it's going to be their 6th one this match. They have been showing some dedication and ability to this bit. That's the depth charge. We're seeing the Blue Alliance all getting ready, trying to get off the ocean floor or at least parked in place. We're seeing some action. Little bit of drama is going on there. We'll see that later. 302, though, still going for more points right here, trying to score on this reef. We're going to see if they park. Let's see those scores. That's a victory for the Red Alliance, composed of the Dragons and their teammates 92-10 and 55-59. They're climbing up in the rankings. That's 4 ranking points and a cooperation point.
All right, we're going to keep moving things along. Let's meet our teams for match number 56. On the Blue Alliance, we got 91-83
It's the Robo Comets
and 45-68.
Robot Commander.
And let's round out red with 36-68.
That's the Trobots.
On the Blue Alliance, we got 29-60
Automation Nation.
and 65-91.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Panther-powered robotics.
And we got 10-25.
That's the Impy Warriors.
We've got the thumbs up drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, let's go. We're moving around now. It's Threefscape. We're seeing a similar strategy employed before by 6591 getting pushed across the line by an alliance partner as 1025. The MP Warriors are getting those corals on the reef. That's looking like a ranking point for both alliances thus far. We'll see what they have in store for us next as 6591 heads on over to play defense, trying to shut down some of this red alliance's action. 4568 is maneuvering. They're trying to get that coral onto the reef. We'll see what they can do to get that out of the robot. It looks like it's not quite in the right spot. 9183 though, they got a coral from their human player and they drop that straight into the trough. 3668, they're trying to make some noise of their own, putting up a third coral on the top level now. We'll see how many more they can get. But 2960 is ready to put up a coral of their own, matched again by the MP Warriors. There is a lot of corals coming up now. That's going to be 3668 again as 2960 Automation Nation makes an attempt of their own. The MP Warriors put up one as well. We're going to see how many corals can we get on here. Who is going to get more? Is it going to be the Trobots? Will it be the MP Warriors? It could be anyone. 6591 is still playing defense. They are trying to shut down as much as they can to deny access to that human player station. Meanwhile, 4568 accessing the open one, grabs a game piece. We'll see if they can get that coral onto the reef as their alliance partners, 9183, move on over, trying to get one of the troughs of their own. Let's check in on the quieter side of the field with just two robots. These blue robots are working in perfect tandem, working on their own sides of the reef, trying to get every coral they can covered up, loading up those branches with tons of coral. That is a ton of points right there, almost 100 points for the Blue Alliance already with 30 seconds left in the match. We're going to see, can they also get that climbing ranking point as we get into the end game? We're at all three Blue Alliance robots are getting ready to head on over. Will we see a double climb? I'm not sure just yet. It looks like 2960 is latched on, 3668 is latched on, 4568 is about to score one more coral in the last couple seconds of this match. We'll see. That looks like a double park and a climb for red. Is that a double hang for blue? We'll have to wait to see what the rest call. All right, the lights are green. Let's go clean up. And we're going to check the scores. What is we going to get? This is looking like a victory for the Blue Alliance. How many ranking points? We're about to find out. That's 5 right there. That's both autonomous and the end game.
All right, we're getting ready for our penultimate match of the night. On the Red Alliance, we've got 8,300.
8,300. That's going to be our team, which is Titan Robotics.
And we've got 7597.
That's Team Horsepower.
And 548.
That's the Robostangs.
On the Blue Alliance, we got 10705.
That's Will Carlton Academy.
We've got 8522
Bringport High School.
and 7221.
Viking Robotics.
Just a reminder to all our teams that pits will close one hour after the last match. So we'll make that final announcement when we get there. They will open again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Opening ceremonies will be at 9. We've got the thumbs up drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. And we're off. That's all 6 robots starting away. We're going to see which teams can they score. And it looks like Titan Robotics are fighting their way onto a branch. We'll have to double check if that one counts. And they remove that algae as well. We'll see what's the next play here. The Blue Alliance has a coral in their trough as well. We're going to have to find out who is going to come out on top here in this match. We're still in the teens in the scoreline, so it really is anyone's game at this point. Robostang successfully removed one algae from the reef, and now they have a coral in their robot. We'll see if they can put it in its place. Then 8,300 Titan Robotics. Looks like they've done something to the robot they might not have meant to do, but there's still a coral in there. We'll see if they can get it on out. On the blue side of the field, 10705 has the coral, and it's now in the trough. They're going to head on back to that human player station and see how many more they can get. 8522 is making waves. They've put up their third coral on L4 of the reef this match. How many more can they get? It looks like Titan Robotics has pivoted to playing some defense, recognizing something is wrong. They're trying to stop as many robots over here as they can from making any sort of progress whatsoever. But recognizing the blind stop, 8522 is now trying to get one on L4. because you can only have one robot on defense. It makes it very hard to control the whole opposing side of the field. 75, 97, swinging around, trying to get that coral onto the reef. We'll see how many more they can get. They're trying to line up to that human player station, but 72, 21 appears to have a coral stuck underneath them. They got it out. Now they're fully mobile again, ready to wreak some havoc on defense. All right, we're going to see what happens. Robo-Sangs trying to find their way around. They got a coral. They are just about ready to intake it once they get it in their robot, ready to take it up and above to this reef. It looks like they're going to be going for another L4 coral once they're there. 75, 97, almost filled up that trough entirely, but one bounces out. That net did not be forgiving. We got 10 seconds left in the match. We're going to see what robots are going to end up in the air and what robots are going to stay parked. The field is green. Teams, come collect your robots. Let's look at those scores for our second to last match of the night. That's a victory for the Red Alliance. They're going to be taking that one with 4 ranking points, and the Blue Alliance will walk away with 1.
All right. Let's go ahead and meet our teams for our last match of the day. I want to hear you cheer for our teams, starting with 830.
It's the Rat Pack.
And 9312.
Nerd Spark.
9239.
It's the Panther Robotics.
On blue, we have 8895.
That's the Red Wolves Robotics.
5676.
The Heroes.
And 4216.
The Blue Ops Robotics.
All right, we've got the thumbs up here at the Jackson at Columbia District. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, this is our last match here on the Consumers Energy Field for the night. We're seeing some movement here, and I think that's 88-95 securing that coral in the trough for the Blue Alliance. Can we see a trough on the red? Yes, we do. That's good news for those ranking points. We're going to see how many more these teams can get throughout the rest of the match. Third Spark looking to grab one coral here from their human player. We're going to see what they can do. But we have 56-76. They're going to be the first robot here in Teleop. That's turning on their engines and scoring on level 4. We'll help see how many more robots can get all the way up there. It's looking to me like the Rat Pack putting another one into the trough. Also worth 2 points right there. 56-76 going for another one side by side with their first. We're going to see if they can get it on that level 4. They do with that chain-driven actuator to score onto the reef. 4-16 also at that human player station looking to get another coral to go onto that reef. 88-95 at the other human player station collecting corals of their own to dump into the trough. On the red side of the field, we're seeing Third Spark and 830, the Rat Pack, trying to find everything they can to find ways of scoring coral. Looks like they're having some difficulties getting them into their intakes. All right, Rat Pack, there it is. That's what they've been looking for. Perhaps they just needed the attention. Now we're going to see, can they get that onto the reef? They do. That's on the second rung. Everything's starting to look better for the Red Alliance. See if they can get back in gear. As the Rat Pack begins to take off again with a coral in their robot, looking to score again on level 2 of the reef. On the Blue Alliance, 56-76, take another shot at level 4. There's 5 corals up there. Nerd Spark heading across the field to play some defense, trying to get them in between that human player station and the reef itself. They're just trying to box them out and prevent them from making good movements, prevent that macro from the Blue Alliance, and stop them from getting more points on the board. Here we are. That's the end game. This is the last 20 seconds of FRC today at Jackson. We'll see what the results we're going to see are. 56-76 makes the first move over to the parking grounds, as we're seeing 830 as well underneath their shallow cage. Nerd Spark makes the park as well. And that is the game.
All right, folks, as we're waiting on those scores, just a reminder that pits will stay open until 9:05. 9:05. Pits will stay open until 9:05. As you leave the stands, make sure you clean up the area around you. We want to be sure that we are conscious of our gracious hosts. And we'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for opening ceremonies.
All right. And we're going to be announcing our last scores of the night for Qualification 58. The victors of this match are going to be the Blue Alliance. Taking the match with 4 ranking points to 1. We'll see everyone again tomorrow.